as Mike Gill is en route to San Francisco Super Bowl 60 Radio Row. You got me, Josh Hennig, hanging out with you on a Tuesday here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Thanks to have everybody on board the show today. We got a busy show to get to for the next 4 hours. I can either confirm or deny that Mike Gill and Nick Earnshaw will be joining the show, but that is the hope that we will hear from both of them a little bit later in the show. Don't forget, folks, they are 3 hours behind us. Good everybody on board the show today. 609-403-0973. That is the text board. The lineup for today's show, Kevin Durso, our 973 ESPN.com Flyers insider. He will join us coming up at 2:30 today. Sixers insider for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Keith Pompey at 3. Geoff Mosher for Inside the Birds podcast, also from Philly Voice, joining us at 4 o'clock. And you guys can join the conversation as well, 609-403-0973. We are streaming live on YouTube at 973 ESPN, as well as on X at Josh Hennig. What are the Sixers and Flyers heading into the month of February? Because we got a text yesterday on the text board that really kind of hung in my mind overnight over on the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973. And that text kind of made me do a lot of thinking overnight about the state of the Sixers and the Flyers. We're going to get into that. Plus, we got to get into some of the news that came out of last night's Super Bowl media night. Some of the fun, some of the good, some of the interesting. Former Eagle defensive lineman Milton Williams had a very interesting comment about comparing Eagle fans to Patriot fans. Apparently, the NFL cannot stop shooting themselves in the foot when it comes to controversial topics. But also, we want to get into a little bit more about what to expect from the Eagles heading into next season with Sean Mannion as OC. Forget the unsportsmanlike moment of the day coming up at 3:50 today. But I want to jump on top of the ropes, hitting on the Sixers and Flyers, because there was a texter who jumped in on the White Horse RV text board yesterday and said, hey, both the Sixers and the Flyers are above 500. They're both winning teams right now. But the reality is just because you're both winning teams doesn't mean that you are teams that, frankly, are in the same conversation, because they're not. Let's break it down for a minute here. The Sixers are 28-21 right now. The Flyers are 24-20-10. But there's some huge differences between these teams. The Sixers are 6th in the Eastern Conference. They are 3 games behind the Celtics and the Knicks, who are 2nd and 3rd place in the Eastern Conference standing. So, one hot streak by the Sixers and one cold streak by the Celtics or the Knicks can catapult the Sixers up to 2nd or 3rd in the Eastern Conference. So, while we might not think of them as Eastern Conference contenders, we know that in reality that these are teams in the Knicks and the Celtics who I think most people came into this season thinking the Knicks were better than the Sixers, and people thought the Celtics were either even or lesser than the Sixers. The reality is there's not a huge gap between these teams. And in an NBA where Jaren Jackson just got traded by the Memphis Grizzlies, which I am still trying to process that news, as it dropped maybe 2 minutes before the sports match started. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. The reality is that in an NBA where anyone seems to be available to be traded, James Harden is expected to be traded by the deadline on Thursday. It's not like the 76ers are that far off when it comes to contending. Flyers are a different conversation. The Flyers are tied for the second fewest points in the Eastern Conference standings, with the New Jersey Devils and one behind the Florida Panthers. Flyers are 10 points behind the Boston Bruins for the final wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. The Flyers have shown you that they have a defense that is not to be respected, admired, or thought well of. Second fewest takeaways in the NHL. Sixers are actually protecting the ball. They have the fourth fewest turnovers per game in the NBA. Again, the Sixers are ascending. The Sixers are finding their way as they enter the month of February, and it makes it more and more interesting if they can make a trade to maybe ramp up this team at the deadline. The Flyers are a team that started out hot, and they've pretty much completely fizzled. Now, what you want to read into the recent conversation of the players, we'll get into that with Kevin Durso coming up in about 20 minutes from now. But the Flyers are a team where several days ago, Sean Couturier was saying, was speaking his frustrations, shall we call it, about the lack of winning. A few days later, he admits, I got to do a better job at scoring goals, helping us score goals. Sixers, on the other hand, have a player in Joel Embiid who looks healthy for the first time in about 2 years. Tyrese Maxey is pulling out James Harden-type stepbacks in the game last night, and somehow Dominic Barlow became the first Sixers player to do something in, 35 years? Charles Barkley was the last person to have 25-some points, around 25 points and over 10 rebounds in a game. Like, Dominic Barlow did something like that hasn't been done since Charles Barkley. You would have thought Joel Embiid might have done it, but then you forget that Joel Embiid's not a very good rebounder. You thought that someone else might have done it, but the reality is that those other people have been unavailable to put together a Dominic Barlow-type game last night. And I don't know if Dominic Barlow is the answer to your rebounding problems. I suspect not. But he certainly has shown that he can be a valuable part of this team as a role player moving forward. I don't expect him to score big points every single night, but I do think that if he can be an offensive glass guy, someone who can crash the boards and help you in that department, it at least makes the trade deadline feel a little less tenuous. But as Joel Embiid said, they got to go out and get somebody. They would like to see them get some more additions for this team. And thanks to Paul George's suspension, you're saving money on the cap. You're saving money on the luxury tax. But on the flip side, the Flyers, well, their GM doesn't expect to really do much of anything at the deadline. It's incredibly disappointing to have two organizations that are in such completely different arenas and worlds. They play in the same building, but you would think they're in completely alternate realities. Both teams have a mixture of young players and older veterans. Both teams are teams that are hyper-dependent on who is on the ice or the court at a particular point in time. But one team looks completely lost offensively, and the other team looks like they're starting to find themselves. And again, I'm not saying the 76ers are going to win a championship. I'm not saying the 76ers are one of the best teams in the NHL. What I'm saying is, I have more faith in the Sixers the rest of this year than the Flyers. If you would have asked me coming into these seasons back in October, which is now, 4 months ago, if you would have said to me, who do you have a better hope and feel about moving forward? I honestly would have said the Flyers. Because I felt like with Mishkov's future, acquiring Zegras, First year for Rick Tocchet, I felt like there was something tangible I could wrap my mind around. And the Sixers came into the year with nobody knows when Embiid's going to play. Nobody knows when Paul George is going to play. The 76ers from December on have built and built and built. Just in the month of January, the 76ers won 10 of their 17 games. The Flyers were 4-8-3 in 15 games. One team is ascending in the Sixers, the Flyers. I think a conversation needs to be had. Is it time for them to tank the rest of the year? Let's check in on the Whitehorse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Of course, don't forget we are live on YouTube at 973 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, live in the Ocean Casino Resort studio here on 973 ESPN. Shaner and EHT chimes in and says, when you talk about the Flyers, been to 4 games and watched many this year. The line changes have been the difference. When they are slacking, they seem to give up to the Flyers. Meaningless goals. When they are efficient, they win. Is that pure coaching, timing? Is it the players? To me, I saw at least 1 goal a game given up due to poor changes. They also need an enforcer that they don't have. Shaner and EHT. Well, a couple things, Shaner. Number one, I think if they think that Hathaway and Delorier are the enforcers. So if you're saying they need an enforcer, that's an indictment of Delorier and Hathaway, is number one. Number two, you ask, what is the problem with some of these issues? I do think there is an issue with the players at times not being in the right place at the right time, not rotating on defense, not getting back on defense. The Flyers defensemen have been a huge eyesore for about 8 years now. Even when the team had guys like Ivan Provorov and Shane Gostisbehere and those type of players years ago, none of those guys were like high-level elite defensive players. This team has not had a defensive stalwart in about 20 years. And even then, Chris Pronger was the end of his career when they got a hold of him. And Desjardins was a very good defenseman back in the late 90s, early 2000s, but he was more of an offensive-minded guy than a defensive-minded guy. I think a lot of the Flyers' problems is that they have not had great defensemen. If you would have put some real defensemen, like studs, next to guys like Sanheim, Cam York, this team would look a lot different, I think, when it comes to the way they play, the energy they give. You mentioned the poor changes at times. The line changes probably would have a lot more stability if you had better defensemen. And I think the Flyers thought when they signed Ristolainen, that did former GM Chuck Fletcher, I think the vision was that Ristolainen was going to be that guy. And Ristolainen is basically proven to be not much better than anybody else on the team. There's no definitive guy on this defense where you're like, that's the stud. That's the guy. That's who we're talking about. No. This team is built with a bunch of guys who will look a lot better if they had more talent around them. Look, we all know. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 973 ESPN. Shaner and EHT. Shout out to Paul in Northfield yesterday. I know he's a big Flyers guy. Or anybody else. We'll talk with Kevin Durso about this a little bit more coming up in about less than 15 minutes from now. When Sanheim played for Team Canada last year in the Four Nations tournament, he was playing next to an actual stud defenseman. He looked way better in those games than I've ever seen him play in a Flyers uniform. Who you play with matters. And I think that might lean into Shaner and EH to the other part, which you say is about the coaching and the players slacking. There, you're right. There obviously are times where this team looks like they just don't have the energy. They just don't have the juice. And I think that comes down to, if you want to criticize Danny Briere for the roster he built, you want to criticize Chuck Fletcher for leaving Keith Jones and Danny Briere with one of the worst salary cap debacles in the NHL at the time. You want to blame Rick Tocchet for not getting through to some of the players a little better. I don't know who you want to blame. There's probably enough blame to go around that everybody's a little bit culpable. Dan from EHT chimes in at 609-403-0973 on the Whitehorse RV text board. Dan in EHT says, the talk should only be one thing in Philly sports right now. Tyrese Maxey. This guy is must-see TV. He clearly is a top 5 player in the NBA, or at least the Eastern Conference. I remember the Answers era. Iverson was amazing. This has really matched the Iverson stuff. Enjoy Maxey because he is the real deal, says Dan in EHT. I don't think Maxey should be the only thing talking about in Philly sports, but you're right, Dan in EHT. He probably doesn't get talked about enough. And I think part of it has to do with the fact that there is a contingent of people who they just didn't really appreciate Maxey's evolution and development and ascension. Because remember, he was almost an afterthought when they drafted him in 21st overall 6 years ago. The first time Maxey hit the 20-point plateau, for me, that was the moment you were like, all right, he's starting to look like the guy we thought he could be. Then he got better each year. He has now averaged more points per game, ascending every year from 8 to 17.5, to 20, to 25.5, to 26, to now 29.2. And the fact that he's been able to take on such a wild and heavy workload in terms of the minutes played this year, leading the NBA, the fact that he is a all-star starter, the fact that this young man is basically he's the face of the franchise. Joel Embiid may be the process, but Tyrese Maxey is the man. 10th in the NBA in assists per game. He has the 3rd most steals in the NBA. 5th most points per game in the NBA. He also has the 5th best three-point shooting percentage in the NBA. If you were watching the game last night, he had a couple James Harden moments there. A couple step backs. A couple of moments where Tyrese Maxey was like, yeah, I know you Clippers know who James Harden is. That James Harden guy. He was something, right? When he plays. Oh, by the way, James Harden's getting traded again. Talk about a fiasco with James Harden, right? I mean, James Harden went from being a perennial MVP candidate in Houston to being second fiddle with the Brooklyn Nets to second fiddle with the Sixers. Then he wanted to go back home so bad, go back to LA, went to the Clippers. Now, he might end up in Cleveland. That whole story is nuts to me. But back to Maxey. I think Danny AC, part of the reason, as I said, it's hard for people to put Maxey and Iverson in that same conversation because for those of us who watched the entirety of Iverson's career, Iverson was superstar day one, basically. Maxey has grown and evolved into this perennial all-star guard. And I think that's where maybe it's a little hard for people to do what you're doing, Danny HC, which is give Maxey that level of credit because of the fact that people look at Iverson as, I mean, people, for those who might don't have your memory going back that far, or maybe you're not the diehard basketball person, or maybe you didn't live through it, maybe you're a little young for the Iverson era, but that run from when he was drafted in 1996 to the moment they traded him during the 2006-2007 season, Iverson was one of the top scorers in the NBA. If I remember correctly, he led the NBA in scoring 4 times during his tenure in Philadelphia. And on top of all of that, you're talking about a guy in Iverson who was the main star no matter what. Maxey came in, and Embiid was the established star. You had Harden here for a time. He was an established star. It wasn't until Harden got moved that Maxey really started to step in and fill in his own. Now, if you want to say that Maxey is very much responsible for the success of the team this year, I think you're 100% correct. If you want to say he's an MVP candidate, I wouldn't mind having that conversation. I tend to think that the problem in the MVP odds right now is that there's 2 players who are probably going to get a lot of run in that voting, because in many ways the MVP award is it's kind of like a popularity contest. And I tend to think that when it comes to a guy like Maxey, it's hard to put him in that same conversation. People who don't watch him every day. Like, for those of us who watch him every day, we know how important he is. We know how valuable he is. We know what he means to this organization. But in an NBA with guys like Anthony Edwards and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and others, it's very, very hard to be the guy like Maxey, who, for better or for worse, is viewed as the other guy. And again, I'm not sitting here saying that he shouldn't be a candidate. But again, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Luka Doncic. I mean, you can throw Cade Cunningham into the conversation. Jalen Brown's had a wild year. I mentioned Anthony Edwards. There are some sportsbooks that don't even list Tyrese Maxey as an MVP option. Other sportsbooks have him as plus 15,000. If you go to my friends over at the Caesars Sportsbook, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a minus 300 favorite. Doncic is plus 1,000. Cade Cunningham is plus 2,000. Jalen Brown is plus 4,000. Anthony Edwards is plus 10,000, which is absolutely insane to me. Tyrese Maxey's all the way down, tied with Jalen Brunson for plus 15,000. So maybe he does need to be talked about more, Dan and EHT. Maybe Maxey does need to be more in that conversation. We'll dig deeper into that with Keith Pompey for the Philadelphia Inquirer coming up at 3 p.m. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill as Mike Gill travels the Super Bowl 60 Radio Row in San Francisco. Of course, Nick Earnshaw is already boots on the ground. If you haven't been following all of his activities and festivities out there at Radio Row, you could do that over on Instagram. Coming up, we're going to talk with Kevin Durso. What are the Flyers? They have 2 games left in this season. We'll ask Kevin Durso, who are the Flyers? What are the Flyers as they get ready for the Olympic break? Of course, the game is tonight, 7 p.m., right here on 97.3 ESPN when they take on the Capitals, followed by Sixers Warriors at 10 p.m. You're home for the Sixers and Flyers and the Eagles here in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. And we are streaming live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel as well as at Josh Hennig on the X platform.
It's Sixers Warriors tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
They beat to Maxey. Maxey on the run, into the lane, layup up. He made it, and the crowd goes crazy.
It's Sixers basketball tonight. Coverage begins at 10 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Messaging data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
Hi, I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, ultra-low sugar brain and body fuel. Our IQ Bar plant protein bars help you refuel smarter. Our IQ Mix Zero Sugar Hydration Mixes help you hydrate harder, and our IQ Joe Instant Mushroom Coffees help you caffeinate larger. All three product lines boost physical performance, but they also boost mental performance via nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane. Right now you can try our epic IQ Bar Ultimate Sampler Pack with 9 protein bars, 8 hydration mixes, and 4 coffee sticks. Win your day with clean ingredients, amazing taste, and superior brain and body nutrition. Try IQ Bar today.
Get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get this exclusive radio offer. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
We'll get back to the text board in just a bit. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill as he travels to Super Bowl Radio Row, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget tonight, Flyers' second to last game before their Olympic break. We're going to get into all of that and, well, who are the Flyers at this point? I know that my take on the Flyers has been different than Mike Gill's and maybe a little too nuanced for Mike. So we're going to have Kevin Durso come on and basically either tell me I'm an idiot or tell me if I have a clue what I'm doing here. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com, covering the Flyers all season long for a decade now for us here at 97.3 ESPN. Kevin, welcome back in. How you doing today?
I'm doing well, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing good. So I wanted to start with you with this, which is I don't think that the Flyers are as hopeless as Mike Gill does, but I certainly don't think that they are, onward and upward, all things, firing on all cylinders either. My take on this team is that I watch them and I think that they are obviously missing pieces. They are obviously missing talent. And if you want to, point to how Chuck Fletcher put them behind the eight ball, if you want to point to Danny Briere's lack of interest in making trades at the deadline that are going to vastly improve the team, whatever you want to point to, Kevin, to me it comes down to, hey, you got some nice players, but you just don't have enough.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to see all the holes that are there. They lack the top pieces that a lot of teams need to be contenders. They don't have a lot of center depth. They certainly don't have a top line center. They don't have that. I don't think I don't think their defense as a whole is necessarily bad, but everybody could be moved down a slot if you got that stud guy who controls everything. That's where I think they're lacking there, that everybody has to play one step above where they should be. And that creates holes defensively. I feel like at forward, like at center, you could add three centers to this group and really make it formidable. But adding three is really a tall task. I think you add that one guy at the top. Like I keep thinking about, let's say they had won the draft lottery last year, and as much as people may be excited about Porter Martone, and he's one of the few prospects that is really generating some excitement. What if you would have been in the position I had told you guys last year when everything was positioning and we were talking about then? They really need centers, but I would forego all of that because Matthew Schaefer is going to go number one. So if you won the lottery, I'd be taking Schaefer. The New York Islanders, who got him, happened to win the lottery in just the second year they missed the playoffs in the last 6 or 7, and now look poised to potentially make the playoffs again and have that guy who's going to be their number one defenseman for the foreseeable future. That's the kind of impact of a player you want to add in that situation. And right now, the biggest issue for them is trying to figure out the avenues where you get it, because you either have to sink so far down the standings to try to position yourself in the draft in that respect, or you're going to have to try to trade for it because free agency has already told you there's not going to be a lot out there. So that's where the state of the team kind of is right now, is that, to Mike's point that he's been making over the last several days on the show, what do you have to show for not making the playoffs? And in some cases, like I've said before, I have to divide that down the middle over the 6 years you've missed, because 3 of those were Fletcher years, and your GM made decisions that were more about trying to save his job than really better the future of the franchise.
Correct.
In Briere's case, you landed a big name player supposedly in your first draft with Michkov, but that's hit the skids right now. He's going through a slump, and really the best thing for everybody involved right there is a clean slate with a new season, because there's really not much to recover from this particular year. He started behind the 8 ball. He's probably going to finish behind the 8 ball, and everybody just needs to start over with a new season when the time comes. Martone's another nice player. And then you've got guys that are kind of in the middle, these first-round picks that they've made. Oliver Bonk, probably a nice player, but probably in the same category as all the other defensemen they have. Jet Lachenko, stock is down this year because he hasn't made as much noise in juniors. And Jack Nesbitt's to be determined. It's too early. He's probably 3 years away from even making an impact on your team and being a professional athlete, one step down in the AHL. So there's so many pieces that you have to wait for from the draft perspective. And, I think Briere has done a really good job the first 2 off seasons of cleaning up a lot of the mess. But when it comes time to turn that corner, you don't have the luxury of taking a lot of chances and hoping things turn out okay. You have to hit on so many decisions that you make. You have to get just about every one of these calls right. And now you're starting to see the questions creep in a year where, hey, Zegras was a great pickup. Vladar's been huge for them this year. Those guys have mattered. But Dvorak was a nice pickup, but did he really need the extension, or was that a piece you could have sold at the deadline if you would have seen this coming? It seems like what happened is they went ahead with the plan thinking we might make the playoffs this year. We have a legitimate shot halfway through the season. We know we don't have a lot of center depth. We really need to extend this guy who's been a key part of the team this year to this point. And now you look at what's happened since, and you kind of probably wish that you would have waited a little longer to just be able to evaluate this as a whole, especially at this part of the season when the break is coming up.
All right, so let me backtrack with you for a moment. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, 973ESPN.com, at Kevin_Durso on the X platform, joining us here. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill as he travels at Super Bowl 60 Radio Row here on the Sports Bash on 973 ESPN. You mentioned about, the Chuck Fletcher to Danny Briere part, and I think that's kind of where I keep getting into, I don't want to say arguments, because it's not like Mike Gill and I are like at each other's throats over it. It's just like we just kind of come to the table from different points of view. I kind of create the Fletcher and Briere eras as like a Mason-Dixon line. Like anything that happened before Briere, not that I don't care, but I just don't put it on his credit card. You know what I mean? So, to me, the Ristolainen contract, that was totally Fletcher, right? That was not Briere's fault. Now, Briere's having to deal with it. So, to me, one of my problems with this team, and Kevin, you and I have been talking on 97.3 for what, 9 years now?
Yeah.
So, how many times have you heard me complain about the defense on this team?
Sure.
Right? To me, it's I think they thought Ristolainen was going to be that stud, and he's turned out to be not really much better than Sanheim. So it's to me, part of the problem is that if you had a stud defenseman or a couple of really good defensemen, it makes the rest of the defense look better. And now you create this domino effect where now the rest of the team plays better because the Flyers, they are second fewest takeaways in the NHL.
So to your point on the defense thing, this is where I'll start with this, because right now, as it stands, and this is what happens when you've lost 11 games out of 13, you do a lot of guesswork. So you're trying to figure out the combinations that work. So right now, as it stands today, Travis Sanheim is playing next to Rasmus Ristolainen on the top pairing. Ristolainen's not a top pairing defenseman. We'll start there. Whatever you thought you were getting 5 years ago when all of this started, he's not that. No. That being said, I think Travis Sanheim is a top pairing guy, but needs the other guy, needs the stud next to him. So whoever the one is, put Sanheim with him. That forms out your top pairing, and it works.
Right. Kevin,
you brought up Team Canada, for example.
I was going to bring up last year. We saw it in the Four Nations.
And you're going to see it in the Olympics.
And in the Olympics, when you put Sanheim next to a legitimate stud defenseman, he looks great.
And it doesn't even have to be one of the biggest names out there. I'll give you an idea of who I think just off the top of my head here. Just going off of what I of the Olympic roster. I have a hunch that the guy who they would probably play Sanheim with in the Olympics, and I think he did play a little bit with him in Four Nations, is Thomas Harley of the Dallas Stars. Not necessarily the first name that you pull out. He's not even the top defenseman on Dallas, to be honest. Miro Heiskanen is. But he's number 2, and yet he could hold his own as a 1 because Dallas is that deep at the position. But it makes Sanheim look a lot better when you put him next to a guy who holds his own as a 1. And to me, if you had that, Sanheim plays the 2 on the top pairing. You bump York Drysdale, and York Drysdale right now is actually your middle pairing, and it to me is a pretty legitimate middle pairing if everything works together. And then you get into the Sealer, Ristolainen, and Emil Andre. Like, those guys are probably third pairing guys, and that's where it should balance out. And that's why I keep saying I don't feel like they're that far off from completing the picture. It's just now they need the hardest element to get, which is the stud. That's the hard part. I think they need that one guy that evens it all out. The thing about the like you talk about the takeaways, the texter earlier, I think it was Shaner who brought up the line changes.
Yes.
They get caught in changes at least once a game. Here's something that I want to bring up, and I've been thinking about this for a while because, you're having me on because of my perspective from the press box, that I'm there to see it live and in person and watch it like that. But, I do the road games from home primarily and watch the game on TV like everybody else does. And while I'm at the games in the press box, little inside trade secret here, I have headphones in, so I'm listening to the game broadcast on TV while it's going on. One of the things that I've heard Brian Boucher say a lot, and this is not a criticism of Boucher to like cover up for other people. He'll come out during his analysis of and this happens a lot when you've lost games the way they have, 5-2, 6-3. You'll hear him say something like, I think player A thinks player B is going to do blank. And what it basically says to me is that nobody's on the same page what they want to do. They all kind of act as individuals. And I put that out there. I tweeted that out during the last game, where it is, the only way you get out of what they're in right now is if you stop playing as individuals and understand where everybody is supposed to be. And this is happening 2-3 times a game minimum, where, I think that they both went to the same spot because he thinks he's going to cover the other guy and cover the middle ice. So he goes to play the puck. They both go play the puck. And next thing you know, that's how Braden Pointer and Nikita Kucherov are left wide open at the side of the net. And then you get scored on because it's a weak side goal. It's easy. Look at the goal, against Columbus the other day when they played last week on Wednesday. They just tied the game not 2 minutes earlier. And then everybody breaks down and goes for one guy, and the back door is left wide open, and your goalie finally can't bail you out. It happens too often, and it's been happening with such consistency. It's at an alarming rate, and that's where the defensive struggles really come from. But it even comes down to something as simple as, from a turnover perspective, defenseman moves the puck up, maybe gets it like one of the recent games, Christian Dvorak had a really bad turnover that led to a goal. Defenseman makes the pass up, it goes to Dvorak. So now the defensemen think, it's getting out of the zone, we can go on the line change. And then Dvorak turns the puck over, and now you're caught. And it's those little fundamental mistakes that have really plagued them for multiple years at this point that just, it frustrates me to no end, because I know what I'm looking for when I watch the games, and that's not it. I watch every other team that comes in seem like they know what they're doing from a fundamental standpoint. There are nights where there's teams out there that look like they don't have a clue either, but it's been pretty consistent with this team. And that's where it starts. As much as it can start with, the defensive coverages are bad. One mistake by a forward too, who either, again, defenseman thinks the forward's covering the guy who's going toward the net, or the forward is going to get out of the zone so they can make that line change. It all kind of starts there. And when you make one mistake, it can compound itself. And that's what's been happening to them lately.
All right, so let's focus on part of what you just said there, because you just talked about, some of the issues they're having right now.
Mm-hmm.
So where do we draw the line between the coach, his responsibility, and the player's responsibility? Because, a few days ago, Couturier is, crying me a river before the weekend. And then now the other day, he's like, oh, I got to do a better job helping get us goals. It's like, there's a part of me that's like looking at a guy like him. It's like, you're the veteran. Like, you shouldn't be complaining. You should be part of the solution. But then I also the coach, and I'm like, is he not communicating well enough? Was he the right guy for this job? Like, I know that's sacrilegious for some people, but it's got to be asked, right?
Sure. And the thing is that, because I heard Mike talking about this the other day too, that what they really need to do is get, rid themselves of some of these veterans that don't contribute to this level. Right. And the problem with that is that, in the NFL over the course of a year, somebody's not pulling their weight. Somebody's not the player they used to be. The guys get cut all the time, right? Like, guys get cut, new guy comes in, you sign a different player, you try that out. In Major League Baseball, you can have the veteran guy and then say, you know what, after a certain point in time, this isn't working out, designated for assignment, probably going back into free agency, and you eat the mistake pretty much, right? Like, from the contract standpoint. The NHL, you just can't do that. You can't just buyouts are the only way to get out of it, which is a long-term plan that you have to sit with for a while when it comes to your cap space. And that only happens at the end of a season, usually, unless it's under really extenuating circumstances. And then all of the guys that you're talking about from that veteran group, all of them have no movement clauses. Like Sean Couturier, he can't be traded not without his permission anyway. They'd have to go to him and find a place that he would be willing to waive the no movement clause just to do that with. So that's the way that it is. The part that's unfortunate is that because everybody immediately points out the Couturier contract. When that was signed, that was a good deal for a player who was at the top of his game. Unfortunate that the back surgeries happened. Unfortunate that he's a shell of the player that he used to be, and that's where you sit with him now. What really needed to happen was over the years, and it's interesting because you brought up the Ristolainen contract from before, and it's funny because Briere's been stuck with that one since the transition happened, since he took over as GM. And it's still a contract that they're trying to kind of work around, whether they want to still have it or not, whether it's worth trading it, whatever. I kind of wonder now, because to me, that was one of the moves that Fletcher made in both accounts. It was a trade that never really needed to happen. You had to make another trade just to make the money work in the first place. Then you doubled down on it because you didn't want to be wrong. So you signed him because you felt like you had to. I kind of wonder if the Dvorak extension is a little bit of Danny Briere's version of this potentially, because it's possible that by signing Dvorak to a 5-year deal, it's not going to be Briere's problem alone. It's going to be the next guy's problem, because shelf life for executives and coaches is not very long in the NHL. So I wonder if that's the contract that kind of turns the table a bit, because for most of it, Briere has done a really good job of figuring out where can I strike on certain things? How can I get rid of certain players that don't fit the mold here? How can I get new pieces in that may help us turn the corner? And for the most part, for half the season, every offseason move they made this year was a hit to this point. And then you got past that halfway point. Dvorak's contract was signed. The ink was dry on the contract. And then all of a sudden everything turned. And now you're going to go into a deadline where the general manager is telling you, well, we're probably not going to do much because they don't have much to sell and they don't have any reason to buy. So it's very much a ride it out situation. You know, the players at this point, like when you hear Couturier say all that type of stuff, that's frustration. That's 11 losses in 13 games, and I don't know what I can do. I brought up in an article I wrote yesterday what Travis Konechny said about, I'm tired of missing the playoffs. I'm just trying to get points for the team. I don't care about my own numbers. I'm trying to win games because I'm tired of missing the playoffs. And he kind of has the right to say that at the moment with how much he's giving. You know, they lose a game in Columbus where he scores a hat trick, 2 goals coming after he blocks a shot. He's hobbled on one leg practically and gives it his all. And everybody else on the roster that night outside of Vladar in goal was a passenger, was a spectator. So he has the right to come out after another loss and say, listen, I just want to get points. I'm tired of this. You know, so you're trying to do whatever it is you can do to change the tide.
For more insight on the Flyers, as they got 2 games for the Olympic break this week, of course, tonight, 7 p.m. on 97.3 ESPN. Go to 97.3ESPN.com for all of Kevin Durso's coverage, as well as at Kevin_Durso on the X platform. You know, maybe someday, Kevin, we will actually talk about some positives with this team. It feels like every time we get 1 step forward, it's 2 steps back. But I do always appreciate you, whether it's me or Mike Gill or Billy Schweim, you always coming on to answer all the sidewinder questions that get spun your way.
Yeah, I hear you. We've had some good ones over the years, and more to come, I'm sure. Thanks, Josh.
Absolutely. Kevin Durso joining us here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash. Coming up, we'll check out on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Also, we have Keith Pompey with the Philadelphia Inquirer. He will join us coming up in about 10 minutes from now as we look at the Sixers as well today here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill as he is traveling to Super Bowl 60 Radio Row in San Francisco Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all day long, broadcasting live. Him, Nick Earnshaw, and more hanging out with you. Adam Capel will make appearances, as well as Billy Schweim, Alex Berardis, and more, all down there at Radio Row in San Francisco. But until then, you got me, Josh Hennig, hanging out with you on a Tuesday on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. And we are streaming live on YouTube at 973 ESPN and on X at Josh Hennig.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedoruk bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
They score! Konechny on the one-timer, and DK makes no mistake, the power play goal.
It's Flyers Capital tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN.
Automotive Avenues, your family-owned, pre-owned dealership is growing and now has a second location in Sewell. Automotive Avenues brings the power of wholesale to the public. They make financing easy. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. You are still approved. Find out why Automotive Avenues has won customer satisfaction awards for the last 8 years. Discover why everybody loves Automotive Avenues of Sewell on Delsey Drive. Or check out their expanded inventory now at automotiveavenusnj.com.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, wrapping up hour number one of The Sports Bash. Josh Hennig hanging out with you here on 97.3 ESPN. Over on the Whitehorse RV Center text board, with locations in Galloway and Williamstown, Whitehorse RV, your adventure starts here. Text didn't leave their name, but it says, love the hockey talk. Need more of it every day. Do the Flyers have an ownership problem? Says the text board at 609-403-0973. I wouldn't go as far to say it's an ownership problem, because I think that's very overreaching when you're getting into that conversation. But if you want to say it's a lack of assertive ownership, giving the people who run the organization a definitive direction could be a problem, that's a conversation we could maybe have down the road. Keith Pompey next.
For over 135 years, First Bank of Sea Isle City has proudly served Cape May County with a commitment to maintaining a hometown feel. We provide secure, convenient deposit and loan products every day. We're more than just a bank. We're a trusted community partner, offering personalized banking solutions that make life easier for local families of all ages. First Bank of Sea Isle City. Look for our lighthouse in your neighborhood and discover what makes us different.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
7.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Three o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, still to come tonight on 97.3 ESPN, Sixers back in action. It's pretty easy. They played at 10 o'clock last night. They play at 10 o'clock tonight. Last night against the Clippers, tonight against the Warriors. And to get more into about who are the Sixers heading into the deadline, because I feel like with all the trades that just happened today, Jaren Jackson getting moved, the Timberwolves opening up a ton of cap space, getting back under the first apron with the luxury tax. So what are the Sixers going to do, if anything? What is a realistic expectation for this team? They won 10 out of 17 games in January. Tyrese Maxey, the starting guard for the Eastern Conference in the All-Star game, all that and more. Keith Pompey, Sixers insider from the Philadelphia Inquirer, Philly.com, and of course Pompey on Sixers on the X platform. Keith, welcome back in. How you doing today?
I'm doing well, my man. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. So let's start with the deadline, because I think that's where a lot of people are really licking their chops. Or they're seeing other teams making moves, right? And there's that part of the Sixer fan that's like, yeah, but what about us? Are we going to make a move?
Yeah, but you also look at some of the assets that the other teams have, too. And we look at the draft picks and some, the players that they're getting back. I think that right now when you got a team like the 76ers, where you have three max players, and one of them, Joel Embiid, he looks great. I mean, and over the last 15 games, he's been averaging 29.3 points, and he looks playing extremely well. But the elephant in the room is what's going to happen over the next 3 seasons when that $193 million extension kicks in, and then also Paul George. He signed 4 years, $211.5 million in July of 2024. But right now he's serving a 25-game suspension. And then on top of that, it's kind of like when we look at Paul George, yes, he's listed as a big three, but maybe at this particular time of his career, you can argue like he might be the fourth best option on a championship team, right? So with that being said, I don't think the Sixers have the assets that other teams have right now. So the best thing for them to do is just try to see what they can do now. You can go get some fringe players, but aside from that, you're not going to be able to make the moves that these other people are making. Like you don't in order to get James Harden, Cleveland's going to have to give up Darius Garden, right? You saw what Utah had to give up to get or Jaren Jackson. So it's a lot of different things that are happening, and the Sixers just don't have the assets.
So if the Sixers don't have the assets to go for the big names, I'm not asking you to name a specific player, Keith, because I don't want to get you in trouble. I'm not one of the people who's trying to get information out of you for aggregation purposes. But, I do want to know, what is the type of player that is a realistic expectation? Are we talking about a guy who would come off the bench? Are we talking about a guy who can maybe be like a sixth or a seventh man? Are we talking about somebody who maybe can be like, hey, when Paul George has to come back until late March, and when Oubre goes to the bench, who's sliding into that role? Like, is that what we're thinking about here?
Nah, you know what? I think sometimes what the Sixers need to do, me personally, and I know there's a lot of people who would disagree. That type of person that the Sixers would get is going to be a fringe player, right? So if you're going to get a fringe player, you might as well just try to work with Jared McCain, other guys like that, see what they can do, right? Because, when you just start getting guys and playing, fantasy basketball, let me mix this person and that person in, it doesn't always work. I mean, look at the guys that they did that they picked up in years past, and where everybody thought that was going to be a great fit, and then we realized they weren't. You know what I mean? So, I get it. Like, now you may say, like, if they trade Andre Drummond, then yeah, they're going to have to get a center who can rebound and who can protect the rim, who can be a shot blocker, right? So that's something that they would need. Let's say if they traded Kelly Oubre, which would be a major blow, a bad deal, well, then you're going to have to get someone who, is going to be able to do some of the glue things he can do. But to me, like, when we're talking about the Sixers, and I know a lot of people want to, go out there and get this person, that person. I think the main thing for them is you got to convert the two guys you have on two ways. You got to convert those guys. I'm talking about especially Don Barlow, especially after what we saw yesterday, right? Because when you look at it, when Paul George comes back, there's a great chance that Barlow's going to go back to the bench. And when he comes in, he can be that glue guy, so to speak, for you, right? We saw where Quentin Grimes is being a little bit more fitting into his role better. Jared McCain is starting to find his shot. So to me, though they already have the pieces, it's just a matter of them all just playing at a high level once the playoffs start.
You mentioned Dominic Barlow. That was a question that Mike Gill got asked on our White Horse RV Center text board yesterday, Keith, which is, when are they going to actually convert this guy's contract? What is taking so long? Is this a strategic move with the roster? Are they just, trying to, kick the can down the road? Especially after last night, I feel like the first thing I should have seen this morning is Keith Pompey reporting Dominic Barlow signed for the rest of the season. I feel like that should have been the headline this morning, but instead, hey, he has this historic night and he's still two-way.
Well, if we remember last year, Justin Edwards, he was starting several games and he was playing extremely well. They didn't convert his contract until actually the night before the draft. I mean, excuse me, not the draft, before the Super Bowl, right? They were convert them, and then they ended up converting them the next day. But so I think that what it does is it runs this course. You use up as many days as you can. Also, agents are negotiating with the Sixers. It's one of those things where, yeah, you can convert them to a contract, but I'm pretty sure an agent wants to give money. The Sixers want to save money. So, it's kind of like, free agency. You can sometimes you got players on your team where you want to, give an extension to or bring back, and you have preliminary discussions and say, what will it take? But you really don't get to it until you have to get to it. You know what I mean? Because let's face it, the Sixers are saving money right now by these two guys being on there. And then secondly, in order to get both of them, they are going to have to make, they will get an additional roster spot after 5 games that Paul George is missing. So, if you're smart, you'll wait 3 more games, right? And then after that, you decide what you want to do. So you can do it that way. But at the same time, it's just, one of those things where it's just, it takes time because you also say it may be a player on the team right now that you want to trade, but you're trying to get the best deal. Everybody knows that you're trying to trade that player because you want to bring in both of those two-way guys. So I'm not giving you anything for that. I need this, I need that for to take in the salary. So, it's just one of those things where it's all negotiation. You can't really rush it.
Sixers insider Keith Pompey joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday afternoon on 97.3 ESPN at Pompey on Sixers on the X platform. Right now they're on the road trip, Keith, obviously on the West Coast. They're doing the swing around. What can we take from this team on this road trip that can be projected forward? Because, after you win 10 out of 17 games in January, this team feels like it's trending upward. You got some good vibes. Obviously, the Paul George news feels like a bit of a gut punch, but you do have Maxey playing at a high level. Embiid seems to be elevating each week. You have guys like Oubre having a great year for, in terms of his own career. What is this team moving forward? Like, are we seeing on this road trip kind of like something that can be parlayed to the second half after the All-Star break?
Well, I mean, the main thing right now, like if we're going to be real, like they beat the Clippers and it was a good one. But the main thing that came out of that was Dominic Barlow stepped up and played well. The first game before they went on the road trip, it was Kelly Oubre played well. It's all about seeing who do you have and who can step up and fill in the shoes for like Paul George and do other things like that. Secondly, is like, you know what, it's not all, and I mean, that's good, but then it's also, I mean, let's face it, they're in sixth place, but they're a game out of fourth place. So right now is all about just getting as many wins as you can as possible, because you know that you want to have at least, in your eyes, a top 4 seed to make the playoffs, right? You know what I mean? But preferably a top 3. But that's what you want to do. So to me, it's all about seeing what your talent you have and going there, binding a little bit more better. But, that's what it is, because even when Paul George comes, like, it's going to change a little bit just because he's going to be back in the mix. But at the same time, if you're the Sixers, you're evaluating talent while also trying to rack up wins.
When you mentioned about evaluating the talent, I was going to ask you something differently, but you just said it at the end there. When you know about evaluating talent, who do you think is a guy that the brain trust of the Sixers right now is, maybe not looking at closest, but like maybe a guy that you're trying to figure out, what is his best role heading down the stretch of the season?
I mean, I think right now you look at it there's 2 guys. I mean, it's Kelly Oubre and it's Dominic Barlow. You want to say, like, what are their roles at the end of the season, right? Because, I mean, the thing is, when we look at it, you like what Kelly brings to the pitch, to the offense, right? Now, Paul George is not going to come off the bench. He's making too much money.
Right.
He's not going to come off the bench. But what you got to decide is between Dom Barlow and Kelly. Who's going to be able to be in that starting lineup? Like right now, you say it's Kelly, but that's a smaller lineup. Like you basically you have 4 guards, because Kelly was a 2 guard up until last year, and that's the position that Paul George played with the Clippers, right? So when you look at it, it's like there's an undersized squad that's basically getting hammered on the boards. They did better the last couple games, but mostly they get hammered. So these are the 2 guys that you want to look at and see, okay, who's going to be the perfect fit moving forward.
Keith, we were talking about earlier in the show about Tyrese Maxey and his seeming just, evolution from year to year, his growth, his development. Obviously someone can pull up a stat sheet and see that, he scored more points per game every year. Someone can pull up a, leaderboard and they can see that, hey, he's, top 10 in the NBA in numerous categories. But Keith, taking away just the pure stats, as someone who covers the team day in and day out, what has been for your eyeballs the biggest part of the Maxey evolution from being almost an oversighted 21st overall pick to now being a starter for the All-Star game?
I just think is the hard work. Like every year he worked on something different. You know what I mean? Each year he came out and he worked on something different. And I think that's the biggest thing for Maxey. At first it was, he couldn't shoot from the outside. Then it's like, can he run an offense? Is he a point guard, right? What does he do against contact? Then the biggest thing was this year was like he can't defend. He's just not a defender. And now he's second in the league in steals, right? So because he would say, I got to get 1% better every day. My goal is to get 1% better every day. And it's like, I shouldn't say fake. It was just real cliches, right? And it's like, is he really just saying it to say it? Or Does he really want us to believe it? But then you look at it, and he works out hard every day, and he's gotten better. So I guess that's what he lives by, and it worked out for him.
Also, what is your take on the fact of, where is his standing in the league now? Because, you have a guy like him who gets to be a starter in the All-Star game. He's the first guard to do that for the Sixers since, some guy named Allen Iverson. You may have heard of him. So it's for Maxey to be at this level, what does that say about how people perceive him among, fans, other players, coaches around the league?
Well, if we talk about fans, Maxey was the top American vote getter. So, the fans love him, right? I think a lot of people respect him. I think the media respects him too as well. I think that if we want to talk about pecking order, I think Maxey, the top two guards in the league right now are Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Luka Doncic, right? I think that Maxey is battling with Cade Cunningham, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, and those three guys. He's battling those three guys in regards to being recognized as second team All-NBA, right? I believe that Maxey, I know that Maxey is an All-NBA guard. It's just a matter where he's going to get voted at, right? But, the thing is, I think he's very well respected because when you look at it, as far as made three-pointers, overall, he's one of the top 5 players in the league in that. He's in assists. He's top 11, top 12 in assists. In scoring, his numbers dropped a little bit, but he's still a top 5 in the league in scoring. And he's second in the league in steals. So when you look at all these other guys, typically these point guards, what do you see? You may see them with scoring. You may see them with assists. But you don't see what they're doing on the defensive side, right? You just don't. And, so to me, that says a lot. It says a lot because he's playing well on both ends of the floor. And those are the things that coaches really respect and they love about a player, So, and then also you look at it, Joel Embiid is playing well, but, right now everybody around the league is saying that, Maxey has elevated his play to whereas, he's been the number one guy for most of the season. So, yeah, around the league, everyone respects him. But, again, he's a two-way player right now, so you get extra respect for that because typically a guy who scores a lot of points gets a little lazy on the defensive end, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. Keith Pompey covering the Sixers for the Philly Inquirer, Philly.com. Check out all of his coverage at Pompey on Sixers as the Sixers continue their West Coast trip. Last night it was in LA versus the Clippers. Tonight it's against the Golden State Warriors. Hear all the action. Tom McKinnon is on the call. Here your home for Sixers basketball in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN. Keith, appreciate you making the time today.
All right, thanks for having me, my man. I always enjoy being on the show.
Absolutely. Keith Pompey, great stuff from him as always here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up on the show, we got more text to get to in the Whitehorse RV Center. Text board at 609-403-0973. Football at 4. Of course, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Joining us today will be Geoff. Mosher will be joining the show for the latest on the Eagles. He has a very interesting column at phillyvoice.com I want to get into with Geoff about new offensive coordinator Sean Mannion. We've talked about who has influenced the new Eagles OC, but maybe you don't know the whole story. I think Geoff can give us some great insights on that based on his article at phillyvoice.com coming up a little bit later in the show. Plus, on top of all of that, what former Eagles player had something interesting to say about Eagles fans, and what Hall of Fame quarterback had something to say about Jalen Hurts? All of that happened in the last 20 hours. All that and more still to come. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Streaming live on YouTube at 97.3 ESPN and on X at Josh Hennig.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedoruk bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
They score! Connecting on the one-timer, and DK makes no mistake, the power play goal.
It's Flyers Capital tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN.
Get your game on at the Fanatic Sportsbook in the gallery at Ocean Casino Resort. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Three o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. As we thaw out from the winter freeze, are you really ready? Are you really ready for the spring and summer? Well, let Broadleaf's help you get ready for the spring and summer. That's Broadleaf's Plumbing and Heating, 3 o'clock hour sponsors of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get back to the Whitehorse RV Center text board in just a bit at 609-403-0973. Also, we are live on YouTube at 973 ESPN, at Josh Hennig on the X platform, so you can listen on your radio. You can grab the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City, or you can watch on streaming on YouTube, the Sports Bash, streaming every day on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Thanks to Pat for chiming in. His saying good stuff today, Josh. Well, Pat, thank you for watching on the YouTube stream at 973 ESPN, also at Josh Hennig on the X platform. I mentioned before the break about there's been a lot of people talking. It's talking season, right? It's time for people to be talking about all these teams out there. And there was a particular comment made earlier today by a NFL Hall of Fame quarterback. So for those of you who may have been listening to the Rich Eisen show, heard Monday through Friday, 12 to 2 p.m. here on 97.3 ESPN, Rich Eisen had Troy Aikman on the show. And the Eagles weren't even the topic of conversation. Not even in the galaxy of the conversation. But they were having a dialogue about Drake May and about the Patriots and about a topic that I brought up yesterday on the Sports Bash, which was about, to me, one of the big storylines of this game of Super Bowl 60 is the coaching changes. The fact that you went from a dumpster fire in a coaching situation in New England to arguably one of the most mature and stable coaching staffs in the NFL, with Mike Vrabel being head coach, Josh McDaniel being the OC. And they were discussing on the Rich Eisen show today about how important it is to have a coach who you don't think is going to leave anytime soon. And then all of a sudden, Aikman on the Rich Eisen show throws the Eagles and Jalen Hurts in to that conversation about Drake May and the Patriots.
And you're having the success like Jalen Hurts has had. You know, whenever he's had someone who's been good for him, that guy has left and become a head coach. And then when he's had someone who has not been good for him, that guy has lost his job. So that's why he's been through so many different offensive coordinators.
And I love the smirk in the background by Eisen, because he knows what Aikman just did there. Aikman basically just sideswiped the Eagles. Not the quarterback, but the Eagles. Because you heard him say very particularly there, hey, when Jalen Hurts ever had a good coach and they're doing well, that guy gets another job. And then when they don't do well, that guy gets fired. And I think that is part of the conversation we have not had enough. Part of the indictment of the Nick Sirianni era is not just that you have a coach who has promoted twice from within and is blown up in his face. It's the reality the Eagles don't know how to hire anybody so far who is not boom or bust. Why have we not talked about the Russian roulette nature of the Eagles' coaching hires in the Nick Sirianni era? Every coach they have hired has been a massive win or a massive loss. Every coaching hire has been a part of incredible success, like reaching the most important game of the year, the Super Bowl twice, or being knocked down in the first round of the playoffs. It's either you reach the mountaintop, have a chance to win a championship, or your season ends before it even gets started in the playoffs. To me, that is an indictment of this organization and Nick Sirianni that has not been discussed enough. The fact that this organization doesn't, and I don't want to blame everyone because I don't think Jeffrey Lurie is sitting there, micromanaging every decision. Howie Roseman does have a reputation for being a collaborator and working with people. So I don't think all of this is on those guys and that kind of deal. But I don't think it's something to be overlooked or downplayed that they either get the move and it works out great, or they make a move and it turns out horrible. And maybe that is part of what the Sean Mannion hire had to be. Maybe part of the hiring of a guy like Sean Mannion was more about making sure that you got somebody who is not going to be as much of a boom or bust hire. Because how many times have, whether it's us here on 97.3 ESPN, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on a Tuesday afternoon, whether it's Nick Earnshaw and Nick's Nuggets, whether it's Billy Schweim in the locker room talking with Scott Grayson for Grayson's grades on the weekend, whether it's myself on Hanging with Hennig complaining about Kevin Patullo all year long, or all of you listening, texting in on the text board at 609-403-0973. We have all said, if they just had someone more competent, can you imagine how much better this team would be? Well, it's funny you said that because now you have someone better. Now you actually have someone who fits the criteria of what us fans, analysts, whatever you want to categorize me as, have complained about all year long. Sean Mannion might not have the most experience. But you know what he does have? As Nick Foles explained on the Season podcast, Sean Mannion fits a prototype that the Eagles have had success with.
I do think there's a lot of similarities between Sean Mannion and Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore and I actually lived together for several months while we trained for the Combine, so I got to be around him, and I'm a huge fan of him. Always knew when he got in the coaching he'd have success. And then I got to be with Sean Mannion's rookie year, so I got to be around him. So I have a unique perspective on both. It is a surprising hire, I think, for Philadelphia and the situation they are in. And obviously Sean Mannion's going to call plays, because if Nick Sirianni wanted to call plays, he would have taken it over last year. So obviously Coach Sirianni does not want to call plays. He wants to be the head coach of the team and be the CEO of the team while giving input.
Couple of interesting notes there, because he mentioned if Sirianni wanted to call the plays, he would have taken that job over last year. It's obvious that Sirianni does not want to be a play caller anymore. He tried that experiment in 2021. He was, it was almost like he handed the reins over to Shane Steichen. He couldn't do it fast enough. And then Steichen helped reboot the offense in 2021. You go to the Super Bowl the next year, Steichen gets the head coaching job. And that's partly to Aikman's point. Aikman's point is, hey, this is a boom or bust situation here with Philadelphia, with all of Jalen Hurts' success. And when you have stability, when you have a coach that's not going to run out the door for a head coaching job the first opportunity he gets it, like Steichen and Kellen Moore did, a guy like Drake May can have stability with a guy like Josh McDaniel. We don't always talk about the stability that Tom Brady had in New England, not just with the head coach, but with the coordinators. Charlie Weiss was there for several years. After that, whether it was Josh McDaniel or Bill O'Brien, those guys were not, one day in, one day out situations. You don't think stability has something to do with Tom Brady's success? Of course it did. Now, what it says about Nick Sirianni, the fact, like I said, that you constantly have this boomer bust nature of the job, that is worth having a conversation about. Over on the YouTube channel at 973 ESPN, S.Y. Dunsworth chimes in, is the handle. He says, not firing Patullo earlier in the season only saved Sirianni's job. If they fire Patullo earlier this year, then it's all on Nick. The common denominator to Hurts' success is a good OC, not Sirianni. That is clear. Well, you might say it's not Sirianni, but for better or for worse, Sirianni does get credit for all these wins. And he gets credit for all the losses. So the success and failings of this team, in many ways, are on Sirianni. So you may look at Hurts and say, hey, Hurts is not, having these, a Super Bowl MVP award-winning game or a regular season NFL MVP runner-up season if it wasn't for Kellen Moore and Shane Steichen. That is very true. But I think you're a little off where it's saying you can't say it has anything to do with Sirianni. Because you've got to give Sirianni credit for saying, I don't want to call the plays. I need to find somebody to call the plays. And hiring a guy like Sean Mannion, as Nick Foles explained on the season podcast, he thinks that Mannion was hired for a very, very specific reason.
Who ultimately do they feel like Jalen Hurts would want to work with? And I think Sean Mannion, being 33 years old, having played professional quarterback in the NFL, having backed up, obviously Jalen's a starter, but he has this unique knowledge. The bet obviously is he's never called plays. And in Philadelphia, that can be difficult. But I will say this to put everyone's mind at ease that's a Philadelphia fan that's sort of like, what the heck? Sean is one of the more bright football minds I have been around in my career. He will be, I'm guessing right now, I would say he'd be a head coach in the NFL in the next several years. I expect him to do really well.
Hopefully it's not next year for Sean Mannion. Now, to the point of S.Y. Dunsworth watching on 973 ESPN on YouTube, in his comment, part of it is you said that not firing Patullo saved Sirianni's job. But Sirianni's job wouldn't be in jeopardy if he wouldn't have given Patullo the job in the first place. To me, that's where the loop is, right? What come first, the chicken or the egg, right? That whole analogy. So how much of this conversation is, well, Sirianni should never have hired Patullo, but Sirianni was in trouble because he hired Patullo. There was a lot of speculation the Eagles were going to fire Sirianni after the 2023 season because of how that season collapsed at the end, losing 6 out of 7 their final games. Isn't Sirianni to blame for not just the in-house promotion of Brian Johnson, but also the hiring of Sean Desai to be defensive coordinator and then removing play calling responsibilities from him, giving it to Matt Patricia, and the defense basically getting worse? So, to me, I don't look at this as if Sirianni is successful or not, because at the end of the day, whether we as fans like it or not, okay, all of the people who chant EAGLES Eagles, all the people who sing Fly Eagles Fly, for as much as we are frustrated with Nick Sirianni, the reality is that Nick Sirianni is credited with every win and every loss. And right now, he is in rarefied air. His record of 59-26 in a regular season, winning 6 out of 10 games in the postseason, a 60% winning percentage in the postseason and almost 70% winning percentage in the regular season, it puts him in a very, very rarefied air category. So Sirianni is not the failure or the bad guy that sometimes we paint him out to be. I think Sirianni, frankly, deserves more credit for getting these wins, but I think he deserves more blame for putting a team in a position to give a guy like Patullo the job. I mean, Buffalo is going to have a real trouble this year finding out if Joe Brady is going to be the guy for that job, because the last thing you want is the head coach to be everybody's favorite guy. The head coach has got to be a bad guy at some point. And the problem with Sirianni was he was too afraid to be the bad guy and tell his boy Kevin Patullo, no, you shouldn't have the job. And by the way, Jeffrey Lurie, the Eagles owner, Howie Roseman, the general manager, they deserve some blame as well for allowing Sirianni to promote his friend to the job as well. Over on the YouTube channel at 973 ESPN, Evil Empire chimes in, the Eagles' next move will be to fire Sirianni, hire an OC as head coach to problem solve. Well, the only way the Eagles are firing Sirianni is if the 2026 season is a complete and utter failure, which means Sean Mannion is worse than Patullo, which means Hurts is worse than he was this year, which means the Eagles then don't make the postseason. So unless all of those things happen, Sirianni is not getting fired. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Evil Empire, but it's just not happening. All right, we'll check on the text board throughout the show. The White Horse RV Center text board is 609-403-0973. Don't forget about White Horse RV Centers in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. Sponsoring the text board is 609-403-0973. Plus, still to come, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. We'll get a deeper look at who Sean Mannion is, what Sean Mannion is for this organization and this team. Geoff Mosher has a great article over at, I just forgot the name of the website, PhillyVoice.com. Yeah, that's the side effect of when you're working as the producer and the host for the show all by yourself. Your brain goes blank, and you forgot who you were even talking about. By the way, we are still hoping to hear from Nick Earnshaw for maybe at least a check-in edition of Nuggets. Maybe not a full nugget platter, but maybe just a reminder that he exists. If you haven't been following Nick Earnshaw on Instagram and X, all of his travels around San Francisco for 973 ESPN, go follow him on X and Instagram at NEarnshaw Radio. Of course, Mike Gill and the Sports Bash, they are landing. Well, I think Mike Gill's already landed. Just the question is how quickly he can get out of the airport to get over to Radio Row to maybe chime in on this show today. I'm sure Mike Gill has some thoughts on the Sixers game last night. Dominic Barlow doing something for the first time since Charles Barkley last night. How about that craziness? I mean, of all the people who could have pulled off that stat line, and you told me it was Charles Barkley and Dominic Barlow, I would have guessed somebody would have done it somewhere along the way, but here we are. Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. Hanging out with you on a Tuesday on 973 ESPN FM, 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea City. And, of course, we are streaming live on YouTube at 973 ESPN and on X at Josh Hennig. The unsportsmanlike moment of the day coming up next.
Listen to Super Bowl 60.
The Seahawks are going to Super Bowl 60. It's a rematch with the New England Patriots in Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara.
Sunday, February 8th, complete coverage of the big game is on Westwood One. Hi, everybody. I'm Scott Graham. Join Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner, Laura Oakman, Gene Steratore, Ryan Harris, and me for all the action right here.
Listen to Super Bowl 60 exclusively on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I don't think this is about Sam Darnold getting to the Super Bowl with the Seahawks at all, or them letting him walk. This is just about J.J. McCarthy that they don't think he's good. If Kirk Cousins next year goes to a different team outside of Atlanta, and they go to the Super Bowl, whatever team that is, and Michael Penix Jr. looks like a legit quarterback, like his peers in this draft, Drake May, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, if he looks close to them, it doesn't matter that Kirk Cousins got to the Super Bowl. It matters that Penix is developing. This guy did not get fired because he let Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones walk. He got fired because he chose J.J. McCarthy, and J.J. McCarthy is showing no signs of life in Minnesota.
That's the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Evan Cohen, Monday through Friday. Him, Michelle Smallman, Chris Canty, 6 to 10 a.m. here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging in for Mike Gill. I love what he said on the show, because what happened with Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, people love to look at Sam Darnold. He got to the Super Bowl with the Seahawks. Why could he do that here? Sam Darnold never gets the contract with the Seahawks if he didn't have the year he had in Minnesota, first of all. See, in life, it is not about the person who walks out the door. It's the person who walks in the door after them. That is the lesson that Howie Roseman learned the hard way in Philadelphia. Howie has said this in numerous interviews, that one of the biggest mistakes he made was trying to hold on to the older players after the first championship. He did not do a good job at filling in the guys behind them. So, what did he do? When he realized this Jalen Reagor thing ain't working, I'm going to go get Devonta Smith. I need more than Devonta Smith. I'm going to trade for A.J. Brown. The Vikings hired a GM who frankly should have never had the job in the first place. He might be the nicest guy. Kwesi might be a super nice guy. But his background was in analytics. His background was in things that had nothing to do with winning football games. He had a very checkered history in the draft. He had gotten many things wrong. And obviously the organizational evaluation of J.J. McCarthy was a mistake. Doesn't mean J.J. McCarthy can't be a good quarterback? Of course not. Sam Darnold took 5 teams to get to a good spot. But I think Kevin O'Connell has shown you he has won games with Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold, Josh Dobbs, Carson Wentz, and J.J. McCarthy. So it ain't the head coach's fault. Maybe it's the roster that the GM gave them. That's on our Sportsmanlike moment of the day. Monday through Friday, Evan Cohen, Michelle Smallman, Chris Canty, right here on 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4. Geoff Mosher joins us next.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply.
home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
Well, it's not Adam Kaplan and it's not Mike Gill today. It's Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Geoff Mosher pinch hitting for Kaplan today because Kaplan will be sitting in with Mike Gill at Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We got to start having the conversation in the last hour. We're going to continue here about the who of the Eagles offensive coordinator. And at his latest article at phillyvoice.com, Geoff Mosher referenced this conversation that Sean Mannion had when he was hired to be the Packers quarterback coach 2 years ago. Let's take a listen about what Sean Mannion thinks he is bringing to the table as a coach. And then we'll get Jeff's insights for today's Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort and the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go to Ocean, go to Fanatics Sportsbook, go for the win. For more information, visit oceanac.com. Here is new Eagles offensive coordinator Sean Mannion 2 years ago when he was introduced as the Packers quarterback coach.
Blessed throughout my playing career, to get to play for a long time. I think that's an asset that I have in my arsenal to really supplement the quarterback room. And then, I was really lucky throughout my playing career to cross paths with a number of great coaches. And for me, as a player, I always knew that this would be the next step. So I was really attacking my playing career with this kind of in the back of my mind of soaking up as much knowledge as I could to weaponize it for now, this new role that I'm in here.
And that audio is thanks to Jeff Skaversky's YouTube page via Geoff Mosher's article at phillyvoice.com. Jeff joins us right now here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Jeff, it's a very interesting word Mannion used a couple of years ago about weaponizing everything he has learned over the years.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, that was a deliberate word choice. Most people will tell you that they're just learning and trying to soak up as much as information as possible and apply it. But I like how he used the word weaponize it. And I think it's pretty appropriate given that the foundations of the offenses that he's played under or coached under, they're not the same, but a lot of them are similar in how they are designed. And weaponizing is a good way to use the way you think of some of these coaches who he's coached or played for.
And one of the things you highlight, and people can read the full article at phillyvoice.com of all the people that he has worked with over the years. But I think one of the interesting parts of the list that you put out there, Geoff, because again, it's been many different people that Mannion has kind of gleaned and gathered from basically over a decade, either playing or coaching in the NFL now. But I think two of the names that are interesting are the back-to-back names of the father and son duo, Gary and Clint Kubiak. Two guys who maybe don't get, looked at enough in this conversation, Geoff. I'm glad you highlighted them because you're talking about a guy in Gary Kubiak, a direct branch off of the Mike Shanahan tree. And then, of course, Clint, his son, is now got Sam Darnold and the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about a family of offensive minds who have accomplished a lot. Gary, as you mentioned, 3 Super Bowl rings, 2 as a coordinator, 1 as a coach. Clint might get 1 here on Sunday, which I expect that he will. And I can't imagine. I don't know how many, I suppose because of Mike and Kyle Shanahan, I was trying to think of how many quarterbacks or players were coached by a father and son combo. But, I don't know if anybody's in separate stints have done it. He was
right
with the Vikings when Kevin Stefanski was the offensive coordinator. That was his first year with the Vikings, and Gary Kubiak was the assistant head coach / something on offense. But and then he left for Seattle, didn't make the team, came back, and then all of a sudden Clint Kubiak is the offensive coordinator. So it was really interesting there with how he's been under both Kubiaks, who are not necessarily the same. I mean, I think that was one of the things that going through writing the story about the McVay, Shanahan, Kubiak tree is how different, similarly structured, but how they get there differently now. Especially McVay, who's really adapted his offense a lot from when he first became the Rams head coach. And then you look at Kyle Shanahan, whose offense has adapted from Mike Shanahan's, but in itself has really remained the same for as long as he's been the 49ers head coach.
When you look at, because you just mentioned, all there's all these slight variations. So then what is, obviously we can't fully predict this, but what do you think the variation might be for a former quarterback doing one of the systems? Because one of the things people might not remember is, Kyle Shanahan's a former wide receiver. He never actually played quarterback at any major levels. Whereas a guy like Gary Kubiak was John Elway's backup as a quarterback. So is there maybe a, and I'm really spitballing here, but is there a more fluid connection between Gary Kubiak and a guy like Sean Mannion versus maybe some of the other coaches?
Well, I mean, Kellen Moore was a quarterback. So if we're looking for that kind of reason if we're wondering with Sean Mannion what his impact as a quarterback will be on the offense, and you hear him talk, he's really big on, and this is something that, of course, not only Gary Kubiak and Clint and Shanahan, although really good offensive minds are all about, is your timing and your footwork, and then secondarily to that, from a play calling standpoint, making sure that there's the right kind of marriage between your run game and your pass game based on your timing and your footwork so that everything makes sense. So that when you're taking, say, your third step in a drop, that is exactly the same time that a receiver is making the correct break so that you can throw a ball in a window where that receiver is supposed to be, as opposed to waiting for him to get open. That's all supposed to have the right type of timing and rhythm to it. That is the tenet, right? The basic tenet of a Bill Walsh offense, or that Paul Brown and Bill Walsh that trickle down to Mike Holmgren, to Andy Reid, to Mike Shanahan, all the people that we speak of today that run some kind of variation of the West Coast offense. So I would say that's really what you're looking for, that to be brought to the Eagles with Sean Mannion. But that's a kind of a wait and see, because as I mentioned in a different story, Kellen Moore came in here and tried to bring concepts to the offense that he didn't blend with what the Eagles were doing, but you hoped would, and didn't really in the end. And the Super Bowl kind of covered it up. But the pass offense was in decline outside of the breakout in the conference championship and Super Bowl.
Talking with Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, also PhillyVoice.com, his latest article about the influences of new Eagles offensive coordinator Sean Mannion. Geoff, we know that Mannion is very highly regarded by guys like Nick Foles, thinks he's extremely bright, and a lot of good things to say about him on his season podcast. But coming off of the Kevin Patullo 1 year era, what is a realistic expectation for a guy like Sean Mannion? Because, Geoff, you heard the comments. Many of us heard fans saying anyone's better than this guy Patullo. Well, Sean Mannion fits into the category of anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what to expect. And you keep hearing comparisons, and Kellen Moore comes up, and Kellen Moore's a guy who, before he got to the Eagles, obviously, was a quarterback in the NFL for a few years, retired immediately, literally immediately, I believe, became the quarterback's coach of the Cowboys.
That's correct.
Pretty big swing right there to not even make him a quality control guy. It's unconventional. And then a year later, he is the play calling offensive coordinator for the Cowboys, and they have the number one offense. So there's a precedent set by a person who played that position the way Mannion did, back up, learned under different, his influence was Scott Linehan, right? Different kind of offense, but he obviously clearly took what he learned and applied it immediately and had success. I actually wrote a story for Philly Voice today, Josh, that looked at the last 5 or 6 Eagles offensive play callers who did it for the first time and what level of success that they had. And it's a mixed bag. And very few of them, by the way, are like Mannion in that they just came straight from literally retiring as a player. It's just not a path you're ordinarily going to see. But we obviously know what happened to Patullo. Brian Johnson, in retrospect, there's two ways to look at it. He actually finished with a top 10 offense. And, if you go look at where the Eagles offense ranked under Brian Johnson, you would have said, man, if he was the play caller this year, they would have won the Super Bowl, even if he's not great, because he was, without even Saquon Barkley, able to produce a functional offense that did well in categories. But then you do look at the implosion, the 1-7 or 1-6 stretch there. They scored less than 20 points about 5 times in those 7 games. So they were clearly on a decline, and it's understandable. You go back to Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson never called plays until he became head coach of the Eagles, and he also didn't have a ton of coaching experience under Andy Reid as well. Quarterback coach, offensive coordinator who didn't call plays for a few years. Did a good job in year 1, but then really started to hit a decline. Year 1 was decent. Year 2, they win a Super Bowl, was great. And then a decline in each of the last 3 years. And the same thing happened to him in Jacksonville, where that first year he had a top 10 offense and then declined. So what it showed me was that Doug was not a bad, terrible play caller, but he was unable to counterpunch to the adjustments made to his success. Chip Kelly was a great play caller in college and had 2 top 5 offenses in his first 2 years with the Eagles, but he also inherited LaShawn McCoy, Deshaun Jackson, Jerry Maclin, Michael Vick, Nick Foles. So it was almost unfair to judge him. And if you actually go through his first year or two, man, did they get fat off some really bad teams scoring 40 and 50 points. There were a lot of 20 to 25-point games or lower in his first 2 years. And then, of course, we saw what he did in San Francisco and then this year as Las Vegas. So it's a mixed bag. The one thing I think I gleaned from it, Josh, is that some of these guys, like Andy Reid, first-time play caller after 17 years of coaching, gets hired by the Eagles, right? First-time play caller. First year, they had, I think, the 30th ranked offense because they didn't have that much offensive firepower. But then he emerged into one of the elite play callers in the league. How much will Sean Mannion be given an opportunity to go through maybe some first-year struggles that ordinarily you would expect from somebody and then be able to stick around if things go haywire next year? I think that's the big question. And clearly it got the best of Brian Johnson. He didn't get a chance to improve upon what was not a disastrous first year, just not a good one. So that's where you're left wondering about the future of the franchise. If 2026 isn't so good, what does that mean for Mannion?
If I could backtrack something you brought up about Doug Peterson, I think one of the parts that gets overlooked at times as well with the Doug Peterson era was there were differences, Geoff, for the Eagles between when Doug had Frank Reich and when he didn't have Frank Reich. And it wasn't all bad without Frank, but there were some obvious things. So could we maybe look at the hiring of Josh Grizzard being maybe a bit to Sean Mannion what Frank Reich was to Doug Peterson?
Yeah, and I don't want to discount. I know at ITB we might be considered having a little bit of a bias, but I think it's fair and deserved. But can't also discount John DeFilippo, his impact on the offense and the coaching of Carson Wentz those first 2 years, because when he left, along with Frank Reich leaving, that's when the offense really started to hit the skids. And we know that both Frank and DeFilippo, John, were involved in situational offense. One of them did third down, the other did red zone. I forget offhand which one was in charge of which, but the Eagles were very good situationally under Doug for the first 2 years there. So those were 2 big losses. And then so to relay that to this, with having Josh Grizzard, yeah, I think you're asking if it sort of helps to have that second experienced play caller / pass game coordinator in Mannion's back pocket.
Yeah, having another guy in his ear. I think one of the problems, at least my perception was, when you have a guy like Patullo, the most experienced guy on the staff was what, Scott Loeffler? Right. There was nobody there to be able to give a life preserver to Patullo. That is absolutely fair. Nick tried to help. He said it. He said, I was more involved with the offense, and the offense continued to stink. So that's all you need to know about that. I do think Grizzard will obviously be helpful. And what I think it means most, though, Josh, is the team's commitment to implementing a kind of offense that we haven't seen here, because obviously Grizzard coached under both Mike McDaniel and Liam Cohen. So you're talking about the Shanahan tree and the McVay tree.
And we're sitting here talking about the same thing about Sean Mannion, who is from the quote-unquote Kubiak Shanahan tree and McVay tree, right? So to me, by bringing him in, you're not just giving him an experienced play caller / offensive mind, but someone who sees the game similarly and sees offensive concepts similarly to the way that Mannion does. So that's helpful when you're trying to put together an offense and put together your situational packages, your third down, your fourth down, your red zone, and everything. That these two guys are very likely to be on the same page because they have similar backgrounds and want to do similar things. I would say we've seen the results of this the other way, like when you have Sean Desai and Matt Patricia, two guys from two different backgrounds trying to come together and put a defense together that went to you-know-what, and then one had to take over the other, and they were unfamiliar with each other's schemes, and it was a total disaster.
And I think that brings us to the other part of this conversation with Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. Like, subscribe, download, wherever you get your podcasts, or subscribe to them on YouTube, which I do. Also at PhillyVoice.com, Geoff Mosher's latest article. With all the coaches that you listed, Mannion's been influenced by, and knowing some about Mannion as we do now, what do you think this ultimately means when it comes to communicating with the quarterback, Jalen Hurts? Because we have seen certain coaches, Geoff, they have been able, like Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma, Shane Steichen in 2022. Some of these coaches have really gotten some good things out of Jalen Hurts, while others, not so much.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. Also, I'm very interested to see if there are other moves on the Eagles' offensive staff to bring in more people that, I have no idea what will happen to Scott Loeffler. We'll see if he keeps the job or not, or maybe if there's like an assistant quarterbacks coach who's a little bit more from that tree where the timing and the anticipation throws are all within sync of the footwork that you're taught and the drops that you're taking. So I do think it's important to have that. And yeah, we're going to see if this style of coaching and this style of offense blends with what Jalen Hurts can do. We know he hasn't done it before because he hasn't been asked to play in this style of offense. I never put a lid on anybody. I'd love the opportunity to see it, and I'll believe that Jalen Hurts will have the capacity to do it until proven otherwise. So it's kind of one of the things in 2026 I think most of us observers are really interested in finding out.
Oh, I'm very fascinated because, again, you look through all the voices that have been in Hurts' ear over the years, and it's apparent that he has responded to certain guys better than others. And frankly, I look at a guy like Jalen Hurts, I don't think he's this like obstinate, stubborn SOB who's like, I only do this one. Like, I don't think he's that guy necessarily. I do think he might have some elements to his personality that are not very relatable, and maybe it's hard to connect with a guy like that. But I don't think that he's like walking around the building telling everybody to go F off all the time.
No, but I'm to your point on that, I'm not sure, because I do remember him once in a press conference, and you can't, words are words, but somebody asked him about the construct of the offense, I think in the middle of the year, how it's going to look, and he said, like, the offense is going to look the way I want it to look. Okay, and that can be interpreted a whole lot of different ways, including the way you were saying you don't think he should be viewed as. I think that gave you evidence to say maybe he should be viewed as that kind of guy who's going to run the offense the way he wants to, not the way somebody tells him that they want it to be run. So, but I don't know. I don't want to take one quote from a press conference that, to me, is a very clear quote and in context, but I don't want to over-exaggerate it because a lot of things are said. That's why I'm using this upcoming year as sort of the litmus test to see.
Yeah, and to that point about this upcoming year, Geoff, I think that's where we can start winding this down, which is, with a guy like Mannion, maybe he can have a conversation with Hurts that maybe, Patullo couldn't, or maybe like a Brian Johnson couldn't, where maybe Johnson's like, I've known this guy since he was a kid, and maybe Patullo's like, everybody likes me in the building. I don't want to be the bad guy, and whereas, maybe Mannion could be the outsider coming in and, be the kind of guy who walks in and he just be like, hey guys, we're gonna clean some stuff up here because I've been watching you from the outside. I'm a new set of eyes here, and maybe that's what this team needs is just a guy who is not the same old person in the building.
It's possible, Josh. It's possible that it's the right person in the right time too. It's maybe couple of years ago with Kellen, who probably wanted to do some more things offensively. That didn't happen. It's possible you could think that Jalen Hurts was, coming off of an implosion, but they still won 11 games that year, and the year before they were in the Super Bowl, and he played great, and he just wasn't ready at that time to think that wholesale changes were needed. But now, even after winning the Super Bowl in 2024 and struggling with a pass offense, and then the way it was here in 2025, maybe it's the right time and the right place, the right person with Mannion relatability to convince Jalen that wholesale changes really are necessary, and that always does start with the quarterback.
Absolutely. He's Geoff Mosher. Got his full article of all the people who have influenced Sean Mannion, the Eagles' new offensive coordinator, over at phillyvoice.com. Also, make sure you subscribe to the Inside the Birds podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, as well as the YouTube channel. And tomorrow through Friday, Geoff, it'll be Adam Kaplan at Radio Row joining Mike Gill and the Sports Bash, correct?
Sounds great. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing you guys. I'm, back here like you are, so I'm looking forward to hearing everything.
Well, at least one of us is still back here with me, so.
Together we fight.
Together we fight on, onward and upward. Geoff, always appreciate you, man.
All right, take care, Josh.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, every day, football at 4 here on 97.3 ESPN. Being brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort and the Fanatics Sportsbook. The place to be for the biggest game of the year this Sunday is Ocean Casino Resort. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Coming up on the other side, we got texts to get to. I see a bunch of texts that have come in over the last 45 minutes. I see Angie in Tuckerton. I also see Paul in Millville. Your texts and more coming up on the other side. I am Josh Hennig. This is the Sports Bash. I'm filling in for Mike Gill as he should be arriving in San Francisco for Super Bowl 60 Radio Row. Any moment now, he will be on the ground in with the people. Plus, Nick Earnshaw will be joining us coming up at 5 o'clock for a special edition of Nick's Nuggets live from Super Bowl 60 Radio Row. Josh Hennig back here in the 97.3 ESPN Ocean Casino Resort Studios on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. And we are streaming live on YouTube at 97.3 ESPN and on X at Josh Hennig.
Listen to Super Bowl 60.
The Seahawks are going to Super Bowl 60. It's a rematch with the New England Patriots in Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara.
Sunday, February 8th, complete coverage of the big game is on Westwood One. Hi, everybody. I'm Scott Graham. Join Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner, Laura Oakman, Gene Steratore, Ryan Harris, and me for all the action right here.
Listen to Super Bowl 60 exclusively on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 5 p.m.
Another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Sixers playing offense in front of their bench. Maxey step back three en route. Rimming. Good. He got it. Hit the front of the rim and rolls in. Maxey will be here for the All-Star game in less than 2 weeks. 2 threes. Sixers take an 8-2 lead.
Tom McGinnis with the call as the Sixers beat the LA Clippers Monday night 128-113. One of 7 3-pointers on the night for Tyrese Maxey. Finished with 29 points. Dominic Barlow had 26 to go along with 16 rebounds. Sixers are in San Francisco tonight to take on Golden State on a 4-game win streak. Warriors will be without guard Steph Curry, who's out with an ankle injury. The Flyers hosting the Washington Capitals tonight, looking to snap a 4-game losing skid after they fell Saturday in overtime to the LA Kings. Flyers have just 2 wins in their last 13 games, while Washington, they've won 3 straight. This will be the first meeting of the two teams this season. The Mid-Atlantic Conference Basketball Tournament will be remaining in Atlantic City through 2031. Both the men's and women's championships will take place at Boardwalk Hall. The sports update brought to you by Progressive. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
From the Townsquare, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. I had been talking about a concerning little snow chance for late tonight into tomorrow morning, but it's taking a dive to the south and fizzling out a bit, so not so concerned anymore. We could see some light snow showers, maybe a dusting of accumulation, but that's it. Low temperature 22 degrees. Tomorrow, sun and clouds, high of 34. A touch cooler on Thursday with mostly sunny skies, high around 30. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN. Filling for Mike Gill on Tuesday. Mike Gill and the whole team. Nick Earnshaw, Scott Grayson. I know Billy Schweim and Alex Barraras are going to be down there. Super Bowl 60 Radio Row, just jam-packed, stacked with interviews and great segments. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, of course. You hear all of it right here on 97.3 ESPN FM, on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. And we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 97.3 ESPN. As promised, I do want to get to the text board in just a moment here at 609-403-0967. 0973. And, of course, all text on the text board is being brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at Whitehorse RV. The Whitehorse RV text board is open for you guys at 609-403-0973. We have spent the day, we opened the show talking about the Sixers and the Flyers, the 2 o'clock hour. We've transitioned to the Eagles and the NFL now. If you missed our conversations with Kevin Durso and Keith Pompey earlier in the day, you can hear those during the Best of the Sports Bash hour, 6 to 7 p.m. tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Right now, over on the text board, let's get into it. Angie in Tuckerton chimes in. She says, I don't understand why people have to take a swipe at the Eagles for what's essentially been a win for the organization and the team. Would people have preferred not to have had Kellen Moore just because they were afraid to suffer the loss of a highly qualified OC? The Eagles dropped the ball with a succession plan with Kevin Patullo, but I trust Howie thinks he's got the best candidate to win a championship next season. That's from Angie in Tuckerton. Well, a couple things there, Angie. Number one, again, I don't think it's a malicious swipe, but it's more of an understanding that historically in sports, again, not a negative necessarily against the Eagles, but historically in sports, teams have the most success when they have stability at the coaching position. You know, I was watching the John Elway documentary last night, and one of the talking points in the documentary was the fact that when Elway first got to Denver, he had so much trouble trying to understand, translate, and execute what Dan Reeves wanted him to do offensively. Then Dan Reeves and the Broncos hired a young coach who actually could have come to Philadelphia and coached Randall Cunningham, but he chose to coach John Elway instead. His name is Mike Shanahan. Mike Shanahan went to Denver and, as explained in the documentary, became the voice, the talking element to help Elway understand what Dan Reeves wanted them to do. And as a result, they went to the Super Bowl 3 times. Now, it didn't work out for them because they lost all of those. 2 of those, they got absolutely kicked to the curb in the face. But still, they got there. Then when Shanahan left, Reeves and Elway butted heads. And Elway struggled in the early to mid-90s until the Broncos brought Mike Shanahan back to be the head coach. Then they get back to the Super Bowl and they win back-to-back Super Bowls. So that's just one example of having the right person in the quarterback's ear is extremely important. That even a guy who's like John Elway, who you could argue John Elway might be, if not the most gifted, one of the most physically gifted quarterbacks to ever play in the NFL. But having talent alone is not good enough. So that's why someone like a Troy Aikman would, consciously or subconsciously throw a swipe at the Eagles because of their boom or bust nature of hiring offensive coordinators. Again, this was Troy Aikman was on the Rich Eisen show earlier today on 97.3 ESPN, and he was initially talking about the importance for Drake May having a guy like Josh McDaniel elevating him this year, and he made the analogy between where Drake May and other quarterbacks benefit versus an organization like the Eagles who don't have the opportunity so far to have stability at the OC position.
And you're having the success like Jalen Hurts has had. Whenever he's had someone who's been good for him, that guy has left and become a head coach. And then when he's had someone who has not been good for him, that guy has lost his job. So that's why he's been through so many different offensive coordinators.
And again, you heard Rich Eisen chuckle, scoff in the background because, the way Troy says it is just so blunt, right? Troy says it in a way where he's just like, hey, man, when Jillen's got a good coach, he's great. When he doesn't have a great coach, he has some issues. And, like, the way Troy says it is so matter of fact, but later in the same interview on the Rich Eisen show today on 97.3 ESPN, Aikman brought up, hey, I'm not in the Hall of Fame if Norv Turner isn't my coach. So it's more than just an analysis by Aikman. It's also hey, I can speak from experience why Drake May is doing well because he has Josh McDaniel. And the Eagles, well, they need to get their version of Josh McDaniel for a guy like Jalen Hurts. More text coming in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Paul from Millville chimes in and says, Josh, I went to Monday Night Raw in Philly last night. It was such a great atmosphere. It was a sold-out crowd. It was great to see our area still passionate about wrestling. However, it's sad to see there are no longer house shows in Atlantic City or WoW, which were very affordable for families. The main reason I'm texting, he says, is to get your thoughts on WWE. Having the Roman Reigns and CM Punk as the main event potentially at WrestleMania. They delivered a heck of a promo, but it seems like WWE keeps running it back like the Phillies with guys who have already been champions. That's from Paul and Millville. Well, first of all, a strong move by Paul and Millville to make the Phillies analogy, to which I think the WWE would say, like Rob Thompson would say, we're not running it back. We're 20% different. All right, so a couple of things there. One, I'm glad you brought the point about the house shows in Atlantic City and Wildwood. You know, the WWE, for those who don't remember, before COVID, seemingly came to Wildwood almost every year or every other year. And it was a huge attraction in the summer, and I got to go to one of those. And frankly, it was probably one of the coolest events I've ever been to, sports or entertainment, because the way the show was handled in a arena like the Wildwood Convention Center, it still had a big feel to it because of the way the WWE put it on. But then the performers themselves did an amazing job at not making the audience feel like they're at a lesser show. Like, there was never a point in time where Becky Lynch or Kevin Owens or any of the people who came out, there was never a moment, Jeff Hardy was there, the Uso brothers were there. There was never a moment that any of those WWE superstars made you feel like, I'm in Wildwood, who cares? So that was, to me, Paul and Millville, the beauty of those shows, which is you got, as you mentioned, for affordable price to go see the people that you see on TV. That's number one. Number two, I'm not surprised it's a good atmosphere in Philadelphia for wrestling because of the history in that city of wrestling, number one. From the ECW days with Paul Heyman, I thought it was hilarious, Paul Heyman bringing it up last night. I didn't like how they didn't follow through on it. That was one of my two biggest issues with the Raw show last night, Paul and Millville, was you have a guy like Paul Heyman, the history of Philadelphia, the history of pro wrestling in Philly, and it was like the only way they really followed through on it was the women's championship match being a street fight. And you heard, Terry Funk be mentioned on the broadcast and them using the tables and the chairs and all that stuff. But it would have been cool if you would have had Heyman a little bit more involved in that. Like maybe Heyman should have been the special guest referee for that match or something like that. I feel like that was a missed opportunity. Listen, the Phillies, like the WWE, these professional organizations believe in the people they have. They know the commodity that they have. They know that what they have is something that works. And even though someone like me may be shaking my head that you gave GT Realmuto a 3-year, $45 million contract, and someone like myself might look at the Phillies and saying, why didn't you do more to upgrade this roster? We might have the same attitude about WWE with their organization, which is, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, CM Punk. Yeah, you're kind of running back the hits. But I think you're running back the hits because you don't have any other hits to run with. See, one of the problems with the Phillies last year is that we were all exasperated. Well, not all of us. Most of us were exasperated with Nick Castellanos, but it's not like the options you had to play in his spot were like exceptionally better. Your choices in the outfield last year, not named Nick Castellanos, were Brandon Marsh, Max Kepler, Otto Kemp, Roman Quinn, who got sent down to the minor leagues. You traded for Harrison Bader, Weston Wilson, who was the guy that was going to make it work outside of those guys. Now, a guy like Paul and Millville and others, you could say about the Phillies, as you might say about the WWE, it's on them to develop the next guy, the next person, the next entity. And I think where the mix-up is that I think the WWE, Paul and Millville, doesn't look at it as we're running it back with Roman and CM Punk. I think in their mind, they're saying these are two hot commodities. We would be dumb to not run it back with them because they look at the face of the organization is not just CM Punk, Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns. They also see it as the women's division. And I think that that's where, a sports entertainment entity like WWE is in a very, very different animal than other sports entities because of the fact that there is men and women who they're trying to promote. And I think that where the WWE is in a really bad spot right now is that they have someone who has the belt who just is not getting over with people. If you watch any sporting event, like for example, this Sunday, Super Bowl 60, if you're not watching it, you can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. And on 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. If you are somebody who loves football, would you rather watch a team like the Patriots get there with a brand new quarterback and a first-year head coach with that organization, or would you rather see Patrick Mahomes? Depends on who you ask. For years, people had Patriots fatigue, evil empire, right? And then years later, it was Mahomes and the Chiefs. We're tired of seeing the Chiefs. We're tired of Travis Kelce. Get Taylor Swift off my TV. You had all those people out there. But now I gave you something new. Now I gave you something different. And people are hemming and hawing over it. So, Paul Miller, that's the problem. If the WWE gives you something new and different, are you going to like it? Are you going to be on board? Are you going to embrace it? And that's always the conundrum for all of these sports entities. 609-403-0973 is the text board on the Whitehorse RV Center text line. I see Dan in EHT. I also see Steven Ventnor. We'll get to your text coming up on the other side. Don't forget Nick Earnshaw, a special edition of Nick's Nuggets live from Super Bowl 60 Radio Row coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Also, don't forget we are streaming live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. I see comments coming in over there as well, so we will continue to hear what you guys have to say out there. Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill, here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. And as the aforementioned, we are streaming live on YouTube at 97.3 ESPN and on X at Josh Hennig. Don't forget, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, Nick Earnshaw, Scott Grayson, and more, broadcasting live from Super Bowl 60 Radio Row all day long, stacked with big names, big interviews. You do not want to miss any of it. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the Sports Bash with Mike Gill this week, live from Radio Row, right here on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
They score! Konechny on the one-timer, and TK makes no mistake, the power play goal.
It's Flyers Capital tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea City. We're going to get back to the text board here, the Whitehorse RV Center text board at 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Yes, the Whitehorse RV Center text board. Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at Whitehorse RV. Got some more text coming in. Dan and EHT chiming in on the plethora of conversations we've been having at 609-403-0973. Following up on Geoff Mosher's points he was making earlier, Dan and EHT says Jalen Hurts is unconventional. He is him. That's why he's been successful regardless of who he's had as offensive coordinator. Face it, don't give the credit to Steichen and Moore. Well, Danny H.C., you might not like the fact we're giving the credit to Steichen and Moore, but the reality is that Steichen and Moore are the two most successful seasons that Jalen Hurts has had. Without Steichen and Moore, Hurts has not had as much success. So you might not like the fact that we're giving those guys credit, but the reality is that when Jalen Hurts has reached the Super Bowl, it has been with who? Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore. So it does matter. By the way, a follow-up point from Danny HC. He says the baseball experts are so wrong. The Phillies had maybe the best offseason in MLB. Wow, it's a big statement for you, Danny HC. Re-signing a top-5 catcher, re-signing an MVP candidate, Garcia over Cassie, much better bullpen. These re-signings could be recognized as free agent signings. Let's be honest, Dombrowski, for me, gets an A+. Well, I feel like, Danny HC, you're being much more positive about the Phillies than I am. I would not give Dombrowski an A+. I was a big fan of re-signing Schwarber. I felt like that was very important. He was really the only guy who consistently showed up for the most of the season last year. As I've said before, I just wouldn't have given JT Realmuto 3 years, $45 million. If you told me it was 1 year, $15 million, I would have been like, okay, well, you got him for one more year. The fact they haven't developed anybody to replace him is a huge problem. I'm a big fan of Garcia over Castellanos. I've been on the record for that. Yes, the bullpen is better, but I can't give him an A+. A+ is a little too aggressive there, buddy. But I appreciate you, Dan EHT, chiming in on the Whitehorse RV Center text board. By the way, coming up in about 8 minutes from now, Mike Gill in the Sports Bash is going to join us. Yes, Mike Gill is going to join the Sports Bash coming up in about 7 minutes from now. I thought it was going to be Nick Earnshaw, but apparently it's going to be Mike Gill. How about them apples? Mike Gill, he's landed. He's at Radio Row, and he'll join us coming up in about 7 minutes here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. The irony of these conversations is that Steven Ventnor has an extremely different take than Dan at DHD on the Whitehorse RV Center text board. Steven Ventnor chimes in and says, Jalen Hurts is the issue. You need to keep A.J. Brown, trade Jalen Hurts for a first-round draft pick, and a new right tackle. Roll with McKee for a year. See what you got in him. And if not, you go with Sam Howell. All right, I got to stop you there, Steven Ventnor. That is a horrible strategy. And unless you're playing Madden on like the easiest mode possible, that is not a successful strategy. If you think that Jalen Hurts is more of the issue than A.J. Brown, Steve, you and I look at those two men very differently. Was Jalen Hurts part of the larger problem last year? Absolutely. But to say Jalen Hurts is the issue, I think is kind of ignorant. I think A.J. Brown was more of a part of the problem than Jalen Hurts. He quit on routes. He quit on his team at times. He was not part of the solution. I don't want that guy on this team unless he's fully committed to being a part of success and not being committed to his own feelings. Because frankly, anybody who uses book quotes as cover for mental health issues and then doesn't actually accept those quotes from the Bible and inner excellence as part of his life, nah, I ain't keeping that guy. Zero interest in a two-faced A.J. Brown. Mike Gill coming up next.
WNJHD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Josh Hennig here in the 97.3 ESPN studios. I'm not playing this music just because CM Punk was in Philadelphia last night. I'm playing this music because the man you associate with this music is down at Radio Row in San Francisco Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Mike Gill and the Sports Bash will be broadcasting live all day long, jam-packed with interviews. Him, Scott Grayson, appearances by Nick Earnshaw, as well as Adam Kaplan and more. And Mike Gill joins us now, checking in on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, we are streaming live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. That's where you can see Mike Gill over there. Mike, welcome in. How's it going?
Josh, I'm very tired.
That bad of a day?
Well, you get the early flight, and then you wake up early. I didn't mean to wake up at 3:30, but I woke up at 3:30. Then I couldn't fall back asleep, so then I just got up, and I literally have been up. I haven't eaten a morsel yet. I got here. It's been a long day, but, it's starting to fill up over here in San Francisco.
Well, it's been an interesting
I'm looking
day.
over there because I think Billy Schweim's over there talking to John Riggins.
Of course he is.
What's going on back there?
Well, I was going to say, I fully anticipate Billy to have every player who played before the year 2000 on his show this Saturday.
Quite possible. There's, I don't know. I'm so delirious right now. I can't even really. We did run into Ross Tucker when we first. That was when I actually geeked out a little bit because Billy and I were looking for the credentials. He got his yesterday. Now, he was trying to show me where it was, but he couldn't remember how to get there. So he saw a guy on the street, and he starts asking him, and it turns out that it's Andrew Marchand.
Oh, wow.
Many people might not know who that is, but I listen to his podcast a lot. He's one of those guys who breaks the news about, say Joe Buck would leave ESPN to go to Fox or Fox to go to ESPN. He would be the one that breaks that news. So Andrew Marchand is just standing on the street. And we're chit-chatting. He actually walked me to the place to go get my credential.
So he's a good listen, and he's a good guy.
Good dude. Yep, he was very nice, and he walked me to the credential spot. But I'll tell you what, there's some elaborate setups. It's a lot tighter in here than it's been in the past. And we are in a weird, precarious situation where we actually were not given a table this year. We were given credentials for Radio Row, but we were not given a dedicated spot. So one of our friends that we've met over the years doing this, that used to work for one of our sister stations in Albany, they decided they weren't coming this year, and they said, you can use our table. So they said the only catch is somebody else is sharing the table with you. Well, Nick got here, and these guys have a quite elaborate setup, and we're trying to make it all work, but it's very tight in here this year.
Very, very tight. Yes, Nick was kind of giving me a little inside information. I wasn't sure how much you were going to let the audience know, but there we go. Mike Gill giving you all the deets out down there at Super Bowl 60 Radio Row. Again, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, full stacked show. The Sports Bash live from Radio Row here on 97.3 ESPN. Well, Mike, since you've been in the air and traveling most of the day,
what's happened? What are the big? One of the problems is I stayed up to watch the Sixers game last night.
Right.
Which, by the way, everybody is bailing on the Sixers game.
Well, I said earlier, because we had Keith Pompey on earlier, I said the problem with a day like today is that Mike Gill can't be on the radio talking about his boy Barlow.
Barlow had a great game last night. By the way, Jared McCain had a great game last night, even though he really, if you look at the box score, you didn't see McCain had a good game. But you're starting to see him get in rhythm, starting to hit the threes.
He's in the flow of the game.
He's got the flow of the game, and they set up plays for him. You can see that he's feeling much more confident in his shot. But I stayed up to watch the game last night. Now, I was just talking to our old buddy Jason Fitz, and Jay Fitz says to me, "Yo, you going to the Sixers game tonight?" And I said, "My whole crew bailed on me." So I might go with Fitz because he wants to go to the game. Yeah, he wants to go. I'd like to see the arena. I don't care about the game as much as obviously I want to see it, but I like me. I just like being in the arena. I want to see it. They got that new. It's brand new, that place.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Joel Embiid has been ruled out for tonight's game officially. That's probably the reason why some people are bailing.
Embiid is out then, right?
He is.
So that was the problem.
Out.
Curry got ruled out the other day, and then we figured Embiid wouldn't play tonight because it's a back-to-back. So now you got that. So I get it. Like the people who want to see Embiid and Curry, I'm not one of those people. I'd rather just see the building.
Well, let Fitz know I said hello. I miss having that guy on the sports.
He was actually the table that we're sharing. He was on their show when I got here.
Like that. All right. Yeah. So some of the things I've been gathering throughout the last 24 hours, been a very interesting day of different audio cuts. So first, I want to start with, I don't know, you're not a big Super Bowl media night, Mike, but former Eagle Milton Williams was on the dais, and he was asked about the comparison between Eagle fans and Patriots fans. I figure you might have a response to this from Milton Williams.
I'll probably say New England is probably more passionate, but Philly fans, like, they don't care about that. They gonna do whatever. They gonna. It's like it's even, but like I feel like the Patriots fans, they don't want to get in trouble. Philly fans, they don't care about that. They don't care if they go to jail and do whatever. Someone a little classier.
So that was Milton Williams last night. He said that Philly fans don't care. Patriot fans are worried about getting in trouble.
Yeah.
Mike Gill, your reaction?
It's a good breakdown. He basically saying that the Patriots fans are a little classier. Right. He's just basically saying, like, they'll go to a limit. They're passionate about their team, but they're not willing to break the law or get themselves in trouble potentially to show that fandom. Whereas the Eagle fans, they probably, whatever the consequences may be of their actions, if it's to support the team, they're not all that worried if they're actually going across the line.
By the way, speaking of Eagle fans crossing the line, I don't know if you saw any of the highlights from WWE Raw last night, but the fans, when Nikki and Brie Bella were in the ring, were chanting Coop. Brie had to explain to Nikki in the ring that they were chanting Coop. And Nikki's response, Mike, was, you can't blame a girl for having good taste.
I did not see the highlights of any of that last night. Was it in Philly last night?
It was in Philly last night.
I didn't know that. All right. Well, that makes more sense.
They had a Philly street fight for the women's championship last night.
So I didn't realize that the Bella twins, I knew that they kind of were like somewhat back, but are they back?
Brie Bella returned at Royal Rumble.
Gotcha, which was Saturday.
Right. She was the surprise entrant that nobody saw coming.
All right. So it was funny because I did have Wi-Fi on my flight today, and one of the things that came across my feed was that Coop and Bella were dating, but I thought that was something that was already out there.
Well, it was something that was already out there, but it really wasn't confirmed previously.
So is it now official?
I think
he's got to be out here somewhere, right?
He's at the Pro Bowl. He's at the games
Grayson,
tonight.
Did Cooper DeJean here? And he's at the Pro Bowl. They're at the games tonight, right?
Right,
the Pro
tonight.
Bowl game.
Yeah.
It's right up we're in the Moscones. It's in here somewhere, right? Yeah.
Well, maybe Grayson can go and ask Cooper DeJean about Nikki Bella spilling the beans on Monday Night Raw last night.
Possible.
It feels like more of a Nick Earnshaw question than the Grayson question.
Yeah. Him and Billy Earnshaw and Billy went to the media night last night.
Right. Yeah, Nick has some highlights. I'm telling people they can go check out Nick's IG and X for all that coverage. He's been doing a good job keeping social media stuff. All right, another clip for you, Mike. So, I had Geoff Mosher on Football at 4 today. Geoff Mosher dug up this bite, and I played it for Football at 4. Sean Mannion, at his introductory presser conference when he became the quarterback coach in Green Bay 2 years ago, he was asked about getting this job, and he had a very specific way of verbalizing, Mike, the fact that Sean Mannion basically says he's been preparing to coach his entire life.
Blessed throughout my playing career, to get to play for a long time. I think that's an asset that I have in my arsenal to really supplement the quarterback room. And then, I was really lucky throughout my playing career to cross paths with a number of great coaches. And for me, as a player, I always knew that this would be the next step. So I was really attacking my playing career with this kind of in the back of my mind of soaking up as much knowledge as I could to weaponize it for now, this new role that I'm in here.
He's going to weaponize everything he's learned, Mike, as a coach. Your thoughts?
What did I tell you the other day? He's a backup quarterback with a bad hairline. That's a great coach to me. He was a born coach with as not the most talented quarterback. Generally, Schwein's sitting over here. He's a big proponent of you played the game. I don't want a guy who played the game teaching me crap. I want the guy who didn't play the game because he studied his ass off because he didn't have the talent to play. That's why those guys make the best coaches. You don't see the best players turn into coaches. They can't connect at that level. That's why Mannion, to me, he's the backup quarterback. He wasn't any good. He's got a bad hairline. He profiles perfectly to be in that role.
And by the way, so Geoff Mosher wrote this article at PhillyVoice.com, Mike, where he talks about how what's interesting is that two of the coaches who he has worked for that I didn't even realize this, Mike, both Gary and Clint Kubiak. He has worked with both of them.
I was going to say, you throw that in there, and we talked about before, all the different guys that he has played for and learned from. He's played for... Obviously, he started his career with the Rams with Sean McVay. Then he goes to Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell. Then he's coaching with Matt LaFleur. That's three high-profile coaches that he has now been around and consumed their offense. You throw in Josh Grizzard, who was with Liam Cohen and Mike McDaniel, and you have totally redone the ideas of what this offense should look like. Now, how will it all be implemented with Jalen Hurts? That will be the next thing we need to find out. I think if you just say, hey, this is going to be what our offense looks like, these guys' ideas, you're in good shape. The question will become, will Nick Sirianni or Jalen Hurts allow them to execute that offense or call that offense?
It's a very good point. Mike Gill joining us live from Super Bowl Radio Row, Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Mike Gill has landed. The plane has landed. He is on the ground. He is in the building, and he's joining us here on the Sports Patch with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig back here in the 97.3 ESPN Ocean Casino Resort Studios. All right, Mike, another cut I got for you. So earlier today, Troy Aikman was on the Rich Eisen Show, as heard here on 97.3 ESPN, and they were talking about Drake May, right? About how he's got Josh McDaniel now, how Sam Darnold, he's got Clint Kubiak in their ear. And Aikman decided to use the Eagles quarterback as an example of why it's important that a guy like Drake May has Josh McDaniel, a guy like Sam Darnold has a guy like Clint Kubiak. This is Troy Aikman earlier today on the Rich Eisen Show.
And you're having the success like Jalen Hurts has had. Whenever he's had someone who's been good for him, that guy has left and become a head coach. And then when he's had someone who has not been good for him, that guy has lost his job. So that's why he's been through so many different offensive coordinators.
Your reaction to the Hall of Famer, Aikman?
Well, we were talking about this with Sal Pal on Friday when Sal Palantonio came on and said, how many other quarterbacks have had to go through this, right? He said that Peyton Manning wouldn't put up with this, and Tom Brady wouldn't put up with this, and Patrick Mahomes won't put up with this, so why does Jalen Hurts have to put up with this? Is it him that's getting these guys fired, or is it – that's the chicken or the egg thing here. Is it him that's getting these guys fired, or are they not good at their job? And I don't know that we'll ever truly get the answers to those questions, but we do know this. When he's had a good coach, they're good enough to win the Super Bowl, and those guys get head coaching jobs. And when he hasn't, it's not that the team stinks. It's that it's not what – you don't hit the ceiling for whatever. They didn't hit the ceiling this year. That's what it comes down to, right?
Absolutely. And I would also say that if he's getting people hired, he's also getting other people hired. So it's a catch-22, right? It's, hey, he got Shane Steichen, Kellen Moore hired for head coaching jobs, but he also got Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo fired. So, well, talk about a pendulum swing.
And we're not talking about a Trent Dilfer situation here.
No.
We're not talking about a situation where you have a guy who's just managing the game. Jalen Hurts was the MVP of the Super Bowl. He also was every bit as good. I don't want to say he outplayed or didn't outplay. They lost the game. But you can't say they lost the game because Jalen Hurts didn't play well in the game against Kansas City.
Exactly.
So he is one of the more unique, polarizing discussions always when it comes down to, hey, you have this guy who has won a Super Bowl, so he's proved that he can. I mean, you say, I have a guy who will message or text in and say, you can't win the Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts. Well, I've already seen that you can, so you can't tell me you can't. Well, then it goes to you move the goalpost. Well, they can't do it again, right? And that goes down that road. Well, I don't know that they could do it again, but they've already proven they can. Exactly.
I would also say really quick, though, that, when it comes to the Hurts stuff, and we talk about this with Mosher on Football at 4 about the fact that, is it really a coincidence that only 3 people have basically had success with the guy? So it's not like he can't have success. Maybe he just needs a certain type of communicator with him.
Hey, listen, you're not going to win the Super Bowl every year. That's another problem. It's like if they don't win the Super Bowl, all of a sudden we're like, well, it was his fault, and he failed, and he failed. Sometimes you win 11 games and you get knocked out. I mean, that's life in the NFL. How spoiled are we that you win the division back-to-back years, you win 11 games, and you're looking for someone to fire for that? But that's what has happened here in Philadelphia, which, hey, I'm all for it. The fact that the team has gotten to a point where you win a division and you lose a playoff game, and we're looking at that as a failure. There's a lot of organizations that would have a season like the Eagles did and say, man, this is a great year. And listen, the 2 times that Jalen and the team has, quote-unquote, failed, they made the playoffs both years. So it's you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, that you set that standard for yourself.
I have been alerted.
And they set part of the standard being set is by Jalen himself. He has now become a victim of his own success here, that he's won the Super Bowl, and then if he doesn't, people are looking for reasons to say, you're the problem.
So I've been alerted that the original guest for this segment has made his way back over to the table. Nick Earnshaw joining us live on 97.3 ESPN. If you've not been following Earnshaw on his social media down at Radio Row. Now, Nick, before we get to anything, Mike Gill and I already have come up with an assignment for you, okay?
Oh, what's my assignment? I got an assignment to do?
Yeah, so are you, from what Mike Gill says, you are not going to go to the Sixers game tonight.
I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I have a couple of opportunities to go either to the media party, the Sixers. I don't know. I want to go to the Sixers game. I want to see a new stadium.
Well, the reason why I bring it up is because the Pro Bowl games are tonight.
They are.
Cooper DeJean is over there. I don't know if you saw Monday Night Raw last night. Nikki Bella spilled the beans that her and Cooper together because for those who didn't see the whole thing, basically they were chanting Coop when Nikki Bella was in the ring. Nikki thought they were booing. Bree, her sister, had to explain to her that they were saying Coop, to which Nikki said, you can't blame a girl for having good taste.
Yeah, that's a confirmation right there. They've hung out. There's photos. She was in the locker. The whole thing. So is my assignment to go over there and kind of find all this out? Is that what I'm being told here?
I would love to see Nick Earnshaw asking Cooper DeJean about Nikki Bella spilling the beans.
Oh, listen, if you need me to go over there, you know me. You give me an assignment, I'll usually go do it for the most part.
For the most part. Well, I think this is not that. I don't think this is that unreasonable unless you just don't have access. That's all.
I don't know what it's a flag football game, right?
Yeah, it's like a flag football game.
So is there media availability after the game, which I have less than zero interest in seeing. You couldn't, if you said here's $500 to go watch the Pro Bowl tonight, I would say keep the $500.
I mean, listen. That's where all-star games are at now. You get 2 tickets, you get 3 more on your dashboard if someone left them, right? That's essentially where they're
for 2 reasons. 1, I don't have any interest in a flag football game.
No.
2, I've been up since 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you need to get to bed at some point. You get a nap in. I
could just use a pretzel, something. A morsel would be nice.
Now,
I'm what happened to my man Jalen at? Where did he go?
Now, the reason I was behind here on the Nuggets, and that's why I'm just joining now, is I went and found our buddy Alex Berardis, Licks. We got him all squared away. And while we were wandering around, we saw a former Eagle legend. He was getting his credentials, too.
Yeah.
Might be seeing him around here soon. Little B-Dawk Weapon X.
Wow.
Walking around down here.
So who got the credential first, Licks or B-Dawk?
B-Dawk. I think B-Dawk got it first.
All right.
Yeah,
On my flight, by the way, was one Adam Kaplan and Greg
Ah.
Cosell.
That's
How
correct.
about that?
Yeah.
Inside the birds.
Adam Kaplan actually texted me, Mike, and said the one and only Mike Gill is on my flight.
How about it?
The one and only.
Yeah. He got an end seat. I got stuck in the middle. Steelers wheels stuck in the middle with you there, Schwein.
Schwein can't hear you.
Of course he can.
He got big time twice last night at opening
I got a
night.
text last night. I'm watching the Sixers game, and I get a text. It says, Schwein just got big timed by Adam Schefter. And who was the other one?
It was Tony Dungy.
Oh, and Tony Dungy.
Oh.
Wow.
See, I can see Schefter, but Dungy's a little more surprising. That guy's a super nice human being.
Well, I was right there on the Dungy one. I saw that one with
And
my
there's
own
your
eyes.
boy Baldy.
Baldy just walked in. How about that?
You go for 3. Big time, 3 times, Schwein.
Yeah. There goes Schwein. He's off.
He's
off and running.
Well, Nick, since you're here, we'll play the final cut with you here because I've been
Okay.
playing the audio we've been using throughout the show here. You missed the first batch, so now you're here for the last one. So for today's Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day, earlier today, Evan Cohen this morning on Unsportsmanlike, heard here on 97.3 ESPN, he thinks that the firing of Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the former now GM of the Vikings, has nothing to do with Sam Darnold being in Super Bowl 60.
I don't think this is about Sam Darnold getting to the Super Bowl with the Seahawks at all or them letting him walk. This is just about J.J. McCarthy that they don't think he's good. If Kirk Cousins next year goes to a different team outside of Atlanta and they go to the Super Bowl, whatever team that is, and Michael Penix Jr. looks like a legit quarterback, like his peers in this draft, Drake May, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, if he looks close to them, it doesn't matter that Kirk Cousins got to the Super Bowl. It matters that Penix is developing. This guy did not get fired because he let Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones walk. He got fired because he chose J.J. McCarthy, and J.J. McCarthy is showing no signs of life in Minnesota.
Mike, your response to your boy Evan Cohen.
Not wrong. I mean, I would imagine if you make the decision, the coaching staff, Kevin O'Connell, has to be on board with, hey, man, don't go out of your way to bring back Sam Darnold. I'm on board with that. Don't you think?
He has to be. I don't think that's I don't think that's something that happens just because. I do think part of the problem with him was also the fact, Mike, that he didn't draft very well. Period.
Yeah, and I don't think he was very popular there to begin with. I think there was a lot of reporting that they kind of treated him like an outcast almost, that, he just didn't mesh, and then, the whole paternity thing, he took 2 weeks off. I think that was frowned upon.
Yeah, that was weird, too.
That whole thing. I think they were just looking for a way to kind of say, look, you're not one of us. We never really connected, and we're going to just move on. And I say that, in the Schwein sense, he's not a football guy. He was really trying to use analytics, and I think the coaching staff there wasn't really thrilled with the way that the analytics were spitting players out.
All right, boys, before I let you guys run, any final thoughts from Tuesday at Super Bowl Radio Row?
I don't know, but I got my man Baldy right here. Baldy's over here to my left. He's just hanging out. I think he's going to be walking around. I got to get something to eat, man. I'm famished. I'm tired. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what time it is. That's all I got for you.
All right,
well, I haven't decided. I'm still debating if I'm going to the Sixers game tonight.
Well, if you do go with Jason Fitz, make sure you take a picture.
Oh, that one's not on. But all right, you can go to break if you want.
All right. Josh Hennig
here.
See you guys down there, Super Bowl Radio Row. Josh Hennig back here in the 97.3 ESPN studios on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Hey, you never know what happens at Radio Row. Things just happen. People just show up, and then, situations like Mike Gill being like, hey, we're just going to move on with our. Mike Gill needs to go eat. Okay, that's what really needs to happen. Mike Gill needs to go eat. I think if we learned anything from the last 20-some minutes, we will get back to the White Horse RV text board coming up on the other side at 609-403-0973. I see texts from James in Delaware, along with Tom in Margate. Your guys' texts and more. Josh Hennig filling in on the Sports Bash. One more day, then back at it tomorrow is Mike Gill, Nick Earnshaw, Scott Grayson, Adam Kaplan, and the cast of characters from 2 to 6 p.m. broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, they are out there thanks to Ernest & Sons in Brigantine, as well as Key Acura, Rocco and his team over there in EHT. Coming up, more of the Sports Bash with me, Josh Hennig, on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Sixers Warriors tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
And beat to Maxey. Maxey on the run, into the lane, layup up, he made it, and the crowd goes crazy.
It's Sixers basketball tonight. Coverage begins at 10 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
we have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. A technical glitch there. I don't really know why I needed to know what Billy Schweim is doing right now, but apparently it was very important. We'll get back to the White Horse RV Center text board in just a moment at 609-403-0973. By the way, if you missed my conversations with Keith Pompey, Sixers insider for the Philadelphia Inquirer, 97.3 ESPN.com Flyers insider Kevin Durso, or Geoff from the Inside the Birds podcast and Philly Voice, you can go and listen to it coming up next from 6 to 7 p.m., the Best of the Sports Bash, or you can jump on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel or on my X platform at Josh Hennig to hear everything you have missed throughout the show today here on the Sports Bash. Me, Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget the text board is brought to you by my friends over at White Horse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. All right, back to the text board as promised. We got lots of people chiming in on the text board, 609-403-0973. Start with James in Delaware. He says, Jalen's numbers have stayed pretty consistent minus the tush-push touchdowns and the turnovers fluctuating, but the defense is only giving up 31 points in the Super Bowl to Kansas City. He said, you forget about the fumble return for a touchdown. Says James in Delaware, the only way to keep offensive coordinator for more than 1 year is to hire a head coach who could also call plays. Well, James Delaware, that's not true, first of all. I'll use the second part. Wait. Why do we assume that that's the only way to keep a guy is to hire a head coach? You know, there's a lot of teams around the NFL, James in Delaware, that have head coaches who don't call plays, who don't lose their coordinators all the time. You want me to name them? I mean, Mike Tomlin never called plays for, 20 years at Pittsburgh? John Harbaugh, former Ravens, now with the Giants? Listen, Dan Campbell didn't call plays until this year. When he had competent offensive coordinator like Ben Johnson, he didn't worry about the offense. This year he had to take over play calling. Didn't go so well. Fired the offensive coordinator, hired a new one. Why do we think it's a requirement to have a head coach who calls offensive plays? You know, the Super Bowl this Sunday has two head coaches who what? Do not call offensive plays, James in Delaware. Come on, man. You're better than that, James in Delaware. Now, to your other point. The fumble return in the first matchup with the Chiefs. I think that game's a little complicated because, one, if you're going to hold the one fumble against Jalen Hurts in that game, then that's very, very short-sighted of you. Because if it wasn't for the false start by Seumalo in the previous play, that fumble may never have occurred, number one. Number two, to me, the biggest reason why the Eagles lost that game was because John Gannon's defense completely choked and failed. That entire season, it was proven again and again and again. John Gannon was a bad in-game counterpoint adjustment coach. His entire career in Philadelphia, he was never, ever good at pivoting in-game. And he was going against the guy in Andy Reid, who is one of the best in the NFL at play calling. So, the fact that you want to focus on Jalen's fumble that returned for a touchdown and not focus more on John Gannon's defense choking away the game, James in Delaware probably tells me you have a bias against Jalen Hurts. And listen, I'm not vacating Jalen Hurts' responsibilities. I was critical of him at times this year. I was critical of him at times in 2023. I was critical of him at times in 2021. But I can also admit that when Jalen has had competent offensive coordinators, Kellen Moore, Shane Steichen, and then college, Lincoln Riley, why are those the only three men to ever get something good out of Jalen? Is that Jalen, or is it the coaches, or is it both? Tom from Margate chimes in on the Whitehorse RV Center text board at 609-403-0973. Says, hey, I want to compliment Josh on great insight he made this past weekend. Josh explained why Jalen Hurts was not embraced by many Philly fans. He is not an engaging personality. Quarterbacks like Peyton Manning and Dak Prescott, etc., are warm and cuddly compared to Jalen Hurts, says Tom in Margate. Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier this weekend, and thanks, Tom from Margate, for listening on the weekend and then chiming in today here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Tom from Margate, part of the reason why I brought that up is because I think relatability has a lot to do with likability. My experience in my life, whether watching sports, watching celebrities, observing people in my own social environments, I find that for the majority of people, likability and relatability are kind of, they overlap. Very rarely do people like or drawn to somebody who is not also relatable on some level. Are there a handful of people who are drawn to and like people who treat them like trash? Yes, and those people need a therapist. But aside from those people, the majority of people look at an athlete or look at an actor or an actress or some sort of celebrity or a musician, and there's something about their personality, their background, that they can connect with, they can identify with. Jalen doesn't have that for most people. Jalen is, for lack of a better term, a young man who grew up with a lot more privilege and opportunities than a lot of other young men have. His dad was a coach. He got to go to a good high school. He got to go to Alabama, then Oklahoma. He gets drafted in the second round of the NFL draft. There's nothing about his story that speaks to his background is relatable. Tom Brady, 6th-round pick, overlooked. Got to Michigan, had to fight off 6 quarterbacks to get a starting opportunity. There's more about Tom Brady's background before he got to the NFL that's relatable than someone like Jalen Hurts. Now, on the flip side, there's nothing about Peyton Manning's background that's relatable, but Peyton Manning's personality is relatable. It's how he handles himself. I mentioned John Elway earlier in the show. John Elway was a guy who connected well with his teammates because he never thought of himself as a star quarterback. He always viewed himself as just another football player. Jalen Hurts does not have any of those qualities. Now, is that purposeful or is that because that's just who Jalen is? Probably a little bit of both, honestly. It's probably a little bit of Jalen just being the type of quarterback who doesn't go out of his way to be, what was the term? Warm and cuddly? I don't think Jalen worries what people think about him. I think Jalen just goes around and, it was, I don't know if I still have the audio or not, but, it was in the Uncovering the Eagles podcast with Jeff McClain and Mike Silver. Let me see if I still have that audio where, Silver points to the fact that, Jalen has a very strange personality and that, you can't have that personality. And, he compares him to the whole Michael Jordan thing. Let me see here. Let me just try. Here it is. Hold on. Give me 1 sec, folks. So Mike Silver, who covers the NFL for decades, right? He was on the Uncovering the Birds podcast, and they were talking about how, Jalen is not a guy who's one of the guys. He's not a relatable person like other quarterbacks, like, for example, the Joe Montanas and Peyton Mannings of the world.
Jalen's not really hanging out. And so, is he a loner? Is he just kind of disconnected from his teammates, away from the facility? Does he have different priorities? Maybe all of that. But it's easier when it's enough one of the guys. And Joe Montana was one of the guys. Dan Marino, John Elway, even when they were huge, they were one of the guys. Brady started out as one of the guys. I think it became harder. Peyton, it was harder.
And, it's interesting because Jalen, there's the story that Jalen staged the photo with him smoking the cigar with the trophy to emulate Michael Jordan, that, Jalen is trying to kind of like model his, his work ethic and his personality after Jordan, but, he doesn't have the success yet that Jordan had. And Mike Silver went on to say that, one of the things that makes Hurts great as a quarterback is also a problem to some people in the NFL.
Seems like you would go Eagles 100 out of 100 unless you think the quarterback is going to get you fired. And you know how this league is, and people talk. Now, as far as Jalen, I don't want to sit here and bang on him. To be charitable to Jalen, he cares a lot, right? He's a perfectionist. He's constantly pushing himself and other people to try to be better. There have been the Michael Jordan comparisons with the brand Jordan. I think it's different. When you are Michael Jordan, you can be insufferable and relentlessly competitive and push everyone.
Right, and I'm not saying Jalen is being, like there's stories of, Jordan punching Steve Kerr and stuff like that. I don't think Jalen's that kind of person, but I think part of the disconnect between him and A.J. Brown and him and some of these coordinators is Jalen is like so hyper competitive and he's such a psychotic hard worker that like when you are that kind of person and you see other people not putting in the same effort and the same energy and the same, competitiveness, and there's a part of you that's like, what's wrong with you, man? You should be doing what I'm doing. And the other guy's like, I'm not you, man. Like, I got my own way of doing it. So that's where I think the relatability and all that stuff comes in. JW in Ocean City chimes in at 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV Center text board. He says, that sounded like hangry Mike Gill there down at Radio Row. Mike Gill needs to get something to eat, says JW in Ocean City. JW goes on to say, Josh, you're 100% right. The Eagles lost the first Sirianni Super Bowl because Gannon was already concerned about the Arizona head coaching job. He was completely out-coached by Andy Reid in the second half. He can never come back if Vic Fangio leaves. Well, to that point, he can't now because he took another job. So, for those who don't know, Gannon, I think it was the Packers. Let me double check that. I thought he took the Packers job. So for those who didn't hear the full story, there was speculation I heard. I want to say I originally heard it at the end of the season that Vic Fangio was kind of looking for a succession plan. I had heard this rumor probably end of like December, like around Christmas time. Like, Fangio had I spent time with my family during the holidays, and I don't know how much longer I want to do this. And so there supposedly was a conversation about how many more years does Fangio want to do this, right? Then at the end of the season, at the very end, like maybe like a week after the loss to San Francisco in the playoff game, while I was still defrosting and getting over being outside of that game, that miserable weather game where I was freezing to death, I got a text on the text board, on the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973, where Joey D from Ventnor chimed in, and he had said, a buddy of mine heard a rumor that Fangio is going to retire. Within about a week or two after we heard that rumor, then there was the reports from the Athletics' Diana Rossini and Philly Voices' Jimmy Kemsky, and reports that were corroborated by the Inside the Birds podcast guys like Adam Kaplan and Jeff Mosher, that Fangio basically had been considering how much longer he wants to do this. And so the Eagles, as a response, because this was right after Christian Parker left for the Dallas job, that they said, well, Jonathan Gannon's out there and Jim Schwartz is out there. Well, apparently, according to reporting, Gannon took the Packers job because Fangio was going to keep being the Eagles' DC. Now, the news on Fangio is not being confirmed by anyone necessarily, neither by the Eagles or anyone else. So I'm not going to pretend like that's a done deal. But it seems to be trending in that direction, especially considering that the Browns are trying to rectify things with Jim Schwartz. That's what I know. That's what I confirm. And yes, Jonathan Gannon is the new Packers defensive coordinator. So I'm sure all Eagle fans hope that Eagles and Packers will play in the postseason next year. Oh, my goodness. Insider Joey D. Inventor. Joey D., you're the best. Appreciate you, brother. All right. We'll get to more of your texts coming up on the other side. The Whitehorse RV text board is 609-403-0973. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. We'll wrap up the show coming up on the other side. And don't forget, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the Sports Bash with Mike Gill broadcasting live from Super Bowl 60 Radio Row in San Francisco with jam-packed schedule of guests. Again, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sports Bash with Mike Gill here from Radio Row on 97.3 ESPN. All right, wrapping up the Sports Bash, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Got a couple more texts to get to before we get out of here at 609-403-0973. Again, thanks to Mike Gill and Nick Earnshaw for checking in live from Super Bowl Radio Row. Mike Gill, Nick Earnshaw, Scott Grayson, Adam Kaplan, just some of the cast of characters who are down there in San Francisco for Radio Row, part of the Sports Bash, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in San Francisco here on 97.3 ESPN. I did say earlier, James from Delaware, you can do better. He did do better. He came back with, which was a worse defensive performance, he says, John Gannon versus the Chiefs or Vic Fangio versus the 49ers? And these are the questions I'm here for, James in Delaware. I'll tell you who was worse. It's 100% Gannon. Because I think the problem with Fangio was, I think Fangio, if you go back and watch the All-22, if you go back and watch the coaches' film, you realize the problem was the players not executing some of those play calls. He called the right play, but the guys couldn't execute it. Either they missed tackles, missed assignments, guys getting, confused. Gannon had a history. Like, it was documented. There was, I believe it was 5 or 6, 7. I think there were 5 or 6 games that the Eagles gave up more points in the second half than the first half of those games throughout the season. Gannon already had a track record of making mistakes all year long. And then in the biggest game of the year, he choked. Maybe that's the real reason why Fangio was like, I don't want to do this job anymore. I just lost to the 49ers. I'm kidding. Thanks, everybody, for watching on YouTube and X. Have a great night, everybody.
In San Francisco, all the big-name guests, all the big game coverage on 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by
Ernest & Son Meat Market for your big game delivery or pickup. Order early and call now. 609-266-1588. And Key Acura. If your car has been taking a beating this winter, then maybe it's time for a new one. And if you are thinking about getting a new one, then go see my friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Key Acura, Tilton Road, Egg Harbor Township. Online at keyacurofatlanticcity.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Listen to Super Bowl 60 exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.